Say it again. Oh, for Sue. Okay.
Please, I'm also here.
Dede. AJ Boache Presley.
Hello, Ak.
Okay. What? Emmanuel Appiah J. Appiah AJ. Okay. And then Madam
Hello.
Andrada. Okay. She was doing what? She was doing what? Oh, okay.
Hello, Ak.
I can't find your name. Oh. Is it now what? Sosu. Soso, okay. Osoto. Okay, I'm Wako. Okay, I've already marked you. Alright, so how many are not here?
Hello, Ak.
I can't see your face.
Hello, Ak.
What's the name? What's her name?
Hello, Ak. Gloria.
Gloria
Is it
what?
Duampem?
Gloria, is it Esie Duampim? Is it Esie Duampim, Gloria? All right, okay. So
Duampem. Okay, Ak. Thank you.
okay. Let's go on those who are not here means that they may have to answer more than one question also. All right, okay. So we'll be taking you through the institute. That's Ghana Institute of Architects. Talk about its constitution, the code of conduct, its regulations, and the bylaws. I think, I don't know whether you've been informed that you'll be limited to the conditions and the code of conduct. But if you haven't been informed, I'm telling you that I'm extending it. I'm adding the regulations and then the bylaws to it, because it makes sense for you to understand the body that you would want to belong to. How many of us have heard of the Professional Bodies Registration Act? How many? Or who have heard of the Professional Bodies Registration Act? So can you tell us what it is and what you know about it?
I think I read a part of it, and what I got was that it's register one body for one profession, or one profession for one this thing. So you can register a profession, two associations, which I says has to be one. That's what I remember about it. Yes.
I don't know if I'm right, but I know it's the act that regulates professional institutions. So I know they have several laws governing or requirements as to how certain professional institutions can be registered. So for instance, there are certain professional bodies, if you are not beyond a particular number, let's say 25 or more, or maybe you don't meet certain requirements or provisions, you will not be able to be part of these professional bodies. So that's what I do know.
I think I saw
So the Architect Act is is the act that regulates the professional bodies in every institution, and it tells us about the various councils or bodies that constitute it and how they should form and act.
So in 1973, and I don't know how many of us were not born. But in 1973, we had a head of state called General Ignatius Kutu Achampong. It was a military government. And prior to that, everybody think anybody that comes together think that they are a professional body. So you have the Bakers Association, you have the Keep Fit Club, among others, thinking that they are professional bodies. So this act, which is NRCD is National Redemption Council Decree 143, came in place to define what constitutes a professional body, how they are registered, among others. So Ghana Institute of Architects takes its strength from this Professional Bodies Act. So you would want to know a lot about this Professional Bodies Act. I will share the PDF with you. I think it's about 9 pages or so. Who is your class rep? Okay, all right, it's okay. So I will share it with you, I think, during the break. How many times do we have to have a break? I understand it's the whole day. So once. That, and what time is lunch? 12:15. What's the time now? Okay, so we have to run through it quickly so that, so that's you definitely have to understand why you exist, okay? Because people begin to question, and I don't blame them, I don't fault them. We say ignorance of the law, you know. Others would want to say, oh, the 1992 Constitution talk about what? Freedom of association. There was no freedom when it comes to professional bodies. Okay? The reason is this. For you to call yourself a professional, it means that you've gone through certain academic achievements. Okay? Other than that, anybody at all can wake up and say, I'm this, I'm that, I'm that. For you to become an architect, you first have to go through the tertiary institution, either 5 or 6 years academic program. And having completed that, you don't end there. You have to do what we call practical training in a recognized firm, prepare and write the professional practice examination. And once you pass, then the title is given to you or is conferred on you. It is only when you pass that you can call yourself a professional. You can call yourself an architect. Okay. So when you hear people talking about, 1992 Constitution, freedom of association, they should come. Anyway, so I'll share that with you. Let's go quickly to the Ghana Institute of Architects. Who can tell me a brief history about the Institute, when the Institute came into being, and some of its objectives or objects? Who can tell me? Those online, you would want to be, the interesting thing with online, somebody will be in the pajamas and then will wear a tie and say, So I may call from the list. Maybe if I close my eyes, I can call Amwa Oreku. Apieje, are you online? Amwa Oreku. Apieje, you say you are online. You see, they are sleeping.
Yes, sir. Please, I'm online. Please, I'm online.
Okay, so can you
Please,
tell
I'm
us?
on-
Can you tell us about the institute, Ghana Institute of Architects, when it was formed, among others?
When was it formed?
Yeah, I'm Oreku.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, we have here all years for you.
Yes,
I-
please, I'm online.
Yeah, so tell us. Hey, you don't know and you want to belong. I'm one. Is Jemima Zita here? Up here, yes, if you can tell us.
So the Ghana Institute of Architects. So I know it was formed in 1962. Yes, please.
So can you tell us one of this?
Please come again. Objective. So the Ghana Institute of Architects is supposed to bring together a group of architects and then regulate the practice of architecture.
Who can help? Yes, sir.
My name is Kelvin Redu. Kelvin Redu. Redu Kelvin. Yes, to promote education in architecture. Promote education in architecture.
Who else? My friend, you want to say? Oh, the name is there.
So like he said, to promote the art and science of architecture, and then to research and then advance education in architecture.
All right, okay. So the institute was formed on the 9th of November 1962. And you see, if nothing at all, you can see from here. And I'm sure that most of the communications, you have the logo on. But you've not paid attention to it. Who championed its formation? Hey. Okay, that one I won't tell you. But I know when to tell you. Uh-huh. He said he's not too sure. So if you are not too sure, tell us why you are not too sure.
I've heard that the first president was Theodore, but I'm not too sure of the surname. Theodore.
I think you are wrong. The first name starts with a V. Okay, so that's an assignment for you. All right. So the institute or the constitution starts with its establishment. Say there was hereby established the Ghana Institute of Architects, herein referred to as the Institute or GIA. And this was formed in 1962. Was it last year or 2 years ago? I think it was last year. I was driving around Kanda, and I saw GIA. And I was like, why? What is happening? Have we moved our offices to Kanda? Have you seen? Yes. So what is that GIA? You say you've seen it. What was it?
Insurance Association.
No, so someone was coming to the Ghana Institute of Architects, and on boats they directed him there. So it was actually in my office. So he was asking if the office had moved there, and I was like, I'm not too sure about it, but I know it's here. So no.
Where's the office?
I'm from the development office, but I came to Accra to work. So he was here, Kumasi, KNUST. Yeah.
All right, okay. Who knows where the other GIA is? Yeah.
Ghana Insurance Association.
Yes. So I've been wondering why Registrar General's Department decided to accept their acronym as GIA when they know there exists another GIA. But that's it. The difference is with the eye. They have some red dots, and they've designed the eye in a certain way. Yeah. All right. Okay. So the aim of the institute, or the aims and objectives, are the advancement of the arts and science of architecture in Ghana, and the promotion of research, education, and practice connected with and for the purpose of carrying out the objects, but not otherwise. The institute may, then it has the other things. So the first one is the aim, or it can also be the objective, and there are other objects as well. So the second one, for instance, talk about promote, guide, provide education, training, research in architecture and the arts and science of architecture and its related disciplines in the building industry. So the related disciplines are project management, construction management, manufacture of building materials and components, construction works, production of furniture, landscape development works, real estate development, specialized installation works, manufacturers representatives, architectural technology, continuous professional development, among others. You see, what this tells us is that we are not limited to formal practice alone. We are not limited to designing alone. So we have to open our minds and let us not limit ourselves. Otherwise, we shoot ourselves in the foot. We will not get the money that will think that, oh, that's the end, okay, because I'm not getting client to do designs and whatever. But you can research into materials. If we would want to reduce the cost of construction in the country, we need to think ahead. We need to look at materials that are used and see how best we can create and have trademark on our own materials. We talk about project management. I remember years back when we were in tech, then the quantity surveyors started talking about project management, and we're so glued to our drawing boards. Yeah, I want to do the best scheme, you know. And they came to take over the project management. But if you ask me, the architect is the best project management for the construction, building and construction industry. Get any other profession, and I mean, no, they can't compare. Any questions? So another is to hold and recognize examinations That's a professional practice examination, continuous or continual professional development, and courses of study in architecture and in the arts, science, and architectural technology. We're talking about AI. When Victor Adibete and his colleagues set up the institute in 1992, there was nothing like technology. I remember, and this was 1992, I remember buying my first computer in October 1999, and it was Pentium 3, and it was the highest spec at the time. But now Pentium 3 is in the garbage. You know. I'm sure, Madam, what's the name so I can mark you? Well, Evelyn what? Okay, so if you know, I've not thick your name, it means you were late. So Evelyn, I'll go through. When I see your name, I will take. You see, so now we're talking about AI. Let us put ourselves into it. Okay, let us, as much as possible, spend some time and put ourselves into it, so we are not taken by event. I'm not saying AI will come and take our jobs, but let us understand. You know the interesting thing. So learn AutoCAD, I think in 93 or so, and so listen, I was very, 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 very good in it. And now we're talking about Revit, and I have to begin to learn Revit. Okay, so by in the office, I'm the boss when it comes to Revit. Okay, although they teach me. So let us not joke with it. So the institute is also to provide central organization for qualified architects. We're talking about architects and qualified ones, by means of which strict standards of professional etiquette, practice, and high standard of professional qualification and competence must be created, maintained, and improved. We improve that standard through continuous professional development. Some of them you can do by your own. Okay, you have the advantage of the tools now. Please make use of it. When there was only one Königsberger, we know what Königsberger is. Königsberger is an architectural science book. And at KNUST, my time, there was only one copy in the library. So the strategy is, after lectures, you run quickly to the library, pick it from where it is, go and put it somewhere, and then go to the hall, have lunch, and come back to pick it. And finish your assignment and go and place it where it was, so that others too can use it. But now you have that in your palm. Okay, so let's make use of what we have. And then also compile and publish books, journals, pamphlets, information, and forms, and provide services which are likely to be of interest or utility. I just put a footnote, say compile, maintain, and publish a register of persons or group of persons qualified to practice architecture in Ghana. I've written ARC here. You know, and let me just share with you the slight difference between ARC and GIA. Every professional body is supposed to be regulated, or every establishment in any country would have to be regulated. The establishments are mostly private entities, and the regulator is always the government. You see, they have the big stick and they'll have to whip you to make sure that you are doing the right thing. So when Ghana Institute of Architects started, and to date, some Institute of Architects still do that. For instance, the Liberian Institute of Architects, which because of the walls, they are now trying to put the structures together. So over there was no regulator. So the institute is self-regulating. It regulates its members as well. So Ghana Institute of Architects also started that way. In 1969, the Architects Act came into being, but it went to sleep until 2000, when we had the first registrar in the person of the late Professor Mills Tete. And it was birthed or rebirthed in 2000 at, I don't think that place exists now. It used to be a conference room belonging to a pharmaceutical company called Kama Pharmaceutical on the Ring Road. Yeah, so it was one AGM that they rebirthed it to regulate the practice. So what basically it means is they need to police, first put us on their register, although we also have a register, put us on their register, and that's the government, to make sure that these are architects that can practice architecture in Ghana, and protect our title, the architect, so that, what's your name? Esther. So that if Esther is seen tomorrow practicing and she is not, then the regulator can pick on Esther and say, you know what, you have to face firing squad. So basically, that is their role. We, the institute, produces the architect and put them on their role. But Esther, would want to see you, would want to see you practice. We would want to see you get a title, and I would want to see everybody here pass and contribute to the growth of the institute. It doesn't mean that if you don't pass, you wouldn't contribute to the growth of the institute. But the examination is structured so that you can pass. Okay, you are here because you've been able to clear the first hurdle. You got 60% of the marks that we expected. So you've cleared the first hurdle. The second hurdle is with these workshops. The workshops are not marked, but it leads you to writing the examination, the written one, and you are supposed to get 60% for both paper 1 and paper 2. And then, you see, we have to put icing on the cake. So we say, you know what, we know there was examination pressure, tension, anything at all can happen. So the questions that you were not able to answer properly, those are the questions we will ask questions on. or these are the areas we'll ask questions on during the second interview. So that will help boost your marks. You see, we want you to pass. During my time, I think we wrote the exams in 98 and then were called into membership in 99. You see, there was no interview to start with, and there was interview after, but for those who are at borderline. Okay, so if it's just one, they knock you and that's it. Okay, but over time, seeing that you have to be encouraged, and most of you or almost everyone can do it. Just put your mind to it and you'll be fine. Okay. Okay, so we have, the Constitution is also to encourage and assist professionals and occupations which are auxiliarily kindred and complementary to architectural profession. So, okay, when you were in school, did you come close to, let's say, the geomatic engineers or the geodetic engineers? We did survey, didn't we, in the hot sun, and you never came across the surveyors on the field. Also, like, you start from maybe central classroom block, and then they will start from somewhere, and then you go and meet along the line. That's how it was. Oh, after school. Okay. Okay. Maybe we need to speak with the university so that right from school, the interaction is, because when you come out, without them, you can do your work. Okay. Without the traffic engineer, it will be very difficult for you to come up with a proposal and say this will work. I remember, was it 2011, I did a presentation, and a high-level presentation. The late PV Obin was the chair, and they asked me, what mitigation measures and traffic have you put in place? And this on the Independence Avenue and then the airport bypass. Those of us who are coming from Kumasi, you know the Independence Avenue. Where is the Independence Avenue? You know what you don't know. No, you see this road, this main road going to airport. That's the Independence Avenue. You say you've been there. All right, and is that again? Okay, all right, but I don't know Independence Avenue. And who knows the airport bypass? We don't know the airport bypass. Do we know airport shell? Okay, so the road in front of airport shell, that comes. And you see the development there is causing a lot of traffic on the, yeah. So whenever you have a development, you have to look at the impact, traffic impact on that your project is going to bring on. Okay, anyway. We also to provide museum and library. So another objective is to promote, maintain, and safeguard the welfare and status of architects. In fact, it's a lot. So you see, our objectives is up to, is it L? Take your time, go through it, understand it. But let me assure you that I will not ask you to list 2 or 3 objectives. No. I will not ask you, what is this? No. You need to apply. All right. And then the institute shall have a common seal which shall be kept by the secretary or the honorary secretary or by some other officers, as the council may from time to time determine, and shall not be affixed to any document except by the order of the council and in the presence of 2 members of the council who shall sign any such documents or instrument independently of the signature of any person who may have signed the document or instrument as a witness. So a seal can be a stamp. Okay. As architects, once we qualify, we are given individual stamps. Okay. And the stamp has to be protected. You don't have to leave it for anyone to use it. If it happens like that, the person is impersonating you. Okay, and you may run into challenges. The same thing applies to the institute. It has a common seal that it uses on all its documents. So, for instance, you are given a certificate or a diploma. You are called into membership of the institute, and there's a seal on it. That certificate is signed. The signatures have to be recognized at a time. It has to be recognized signatures of the officers who are spearheading the affairs of the institute. So if it is signed by any other person other than those that have been designated to sign, it means that certificate has been forged and it will not be authentic. Okay, so when the seal, the institute seal is used and it is signed, maybe it falls into wrong hands, that document can be challenged along the line. Then membership of the institute. We say no person shall practice in Ghana as an architect unless he or she, please pardon me, if you don't see she there, it doesn't mean you are not included. The basic, in fact, we are amending the constitution. I'm sure by the time you are inducted, you'll get the amended constitution. Last year, they didn't have the opportunity for one, but I promise you will get it. So we'll put a she in. The reason why there was no she there is those who did the constitution were all males. And at the time, there was no female architect. Okay. And since its inception in 1962, there have been 24 presidents. I think I'm the 25th president, and no female president. So please, we haven't taken you out. Okay. All right. Say membership of the institute shall be open to all qualified architects practicing in Ghana as individuals or within unincorporated groups and corporate bodies. You know, the foreigners were here practicing architecture. They had formed a group called Ghana Society of Architects. And then our own, the Ghanaians, elites who went to study architecture abroad had come. These white guys, they were running it as a club, a social club. They will go sit, smoke, drink, and then looking for jobs. The Ghanaians felt that they were being left out. And we had the first Ghanaian vice chancellor called R.P. Bafo, Dr. R.P. Bafo. He was an engineer. So in 1962, he invited one of the Ghanaian architects to KNUST to help develop a curriculum for architecture education in Ghana, together with some UN experts. And when they went to KNUST, and in discussion, the Vice Chancellor asked him, doesn't he think that Ghanaians can champion an institute of architects so that they can develop the curriculum for architecture education, among others? And that gave birth to the Ghana Institute of Architects. Initially, the white guys didn't like it. However, they had no option than to join. So that is why it says membership of the institute shall be open to all qualified architects practicing in Ghana, because at the time they formed it, there were already practicing architects in Ghana, or within unincorporated groups and corporate bodies. So unincorporated groups, so maybe a few of us can come together, we have a pseudonym, but we all should be architects, and then work on a scheme so it can be registered. Or a corporate body. A corporate body can be a registered firm, which is registered to practice architecture. So when you register the company, the main object should be the practice of architecture. Otherwise, that company cannot practice architecture. So membership shall comprise of the following classes. We have the corporate membership and then the non-corporate membership. So the corporate membership, we talk about fellows, and then talk about associates and firms. They are the corporate members. They are corporate because they are qualified to practice architecture in Ghana. I'm an associate of the institute, but would want to change that to chartered architect. The reason is, and this affects mainly those who work in the public service and even in the banks, because in certain jurisdictions and organizations or professions, when you say you are an associate or an affiliate, means you are not qualified. You are in the process of qualifying. So with American Institute of Architects, for instance, an associate member is not a qualified architect. He's in the process of qualifying to become an architect. And in Ghana, most of these things we started with the British. They have moved on. We are yet to follow. So from associate, then you go to fellow. Fellow is conferred on any associates who have attained certain years of experience and have contributed immensely towards the growth of architecture in the country. And then you have the architectural firms. Then the non-corporate bodies are honorary fellows. So an honorary fellow can be anyone within the society who has contributed tremendously towards the growth of architecture, and the council of the institute feel the need to reward such a person, such an individual corporate body. Or we have the honorary associate, who is also an individual who has contributed tremendously, and that the council deem fit to reward such a person. And then we have the probationers, and that is us here today. Probationers are graduates who are going through the practical training and preparing to write the professional practice examination. We intend changing the term probationers to something interesting. So can you give me an interesting name?
Graduate architect.
Who else? Architect in training. Somebody said that. You still want the architect? How many of us have made business cards? Can I see one? Business cards, your business cards. No, but you've been doing private projects. You go talk to your clients. So I'm an architect, and you've been lying to your clients. If I know your clients, I'll go and tell them. I'll go and give the constitution to them. Anyway, then we have the students. The students, we're trying very hard to get the students closer, and they will benefit a lot. You see, I did something. That's when I was in second year. I went to wash plates in the UK, and I was walking in London, and I saw a building, 66 Portland Place, and I saw Royal Institute of British Architects. And I gathered the courage and entered. And I said, I'm a student. At the time, it was University of Science and Technology. We didn't have the Kwame Nkrumah. And that I'm here on vacation. I would want to see if I can be a member. So why not? So they took me through that. And the interesting thing is this. The reason why it was a bit easy, it's our association with the Commonwealth, the accreditation that KIA University has. Okay. So I became a student member, got tons of information, and that really built my confidence right from then. We're trying as much as possible to get the students to belong to the institute, so they take part in the institute's activities. We're pushing we'll launch a competition, let's say in a few months or so, mainly for students, and it's a live scheme that the winner will be part of the firm when they are executing the project, so that we can help build their confidence right from there. All right. And then we have retired members. You see, as professionals, we don't retire, okay, but at times the body said that you can't help it, so you need to slow down. So once you are retired, we don't burden you, so we push you down to the non-corporate class. Okay, it means that your stamp ceases to make money for you, among others. And you can still write the initials that you had before you retire. So if you are a fellow, you can still write the FGIA, but after the FGIA, you put in parentheses or bracket retired, RTD. So it says the fellows, so to move from associate to fellow, you are elected from the associate or chartered class and shall have practiced architecture for a minimum of 15 years, at least 5 of which must have been in Ghana, and whose standard of work and contribution to architecture is considered by the council worthy of what commendation. So this constitution is what the council work with. So the constitution gives council the power to do what they have to do. So it gives them the power to put together a committee to send out requests for expression of interest to be for fellowship to be conferred on you, and then once they review your application and you qualify, then it is conferred on you. But it's an interesting ceremony. We're supposed to have it almost every year. The last one we had was in 2018 when I was honorary secretary. But this year we'll have some fellows coming. And then we know the associate members. We say associate or chartered architects, as we would want to call them, shall be a person who have either passed the qualifying examination of courses prescribed or approved by the council and have completed practical training of such description and for such a period as the council may prescribe. That's minimum of 2 years for KNUSC graduates and 3 years for Central University graduates. Or have passed the qualifying examination of any society or institute of architects by whatever name called, approved by the council as being of equivalent status to the Ghana Institute of Architects, and who have passed or been exempted from the professional practice examination of the institute after the prescribed period of practical training. So when you travel, maybe after KNUSC or Central, let me go and then change the weather. When you go, don't just wash plates, don't just do Uber, don't just do how do they call it, care, is it care home or whatever? It's what, care work. Yeah, okay. But put yourself into a training mode, and once you are able to pass their examination and you come back, we'll review it and maybe exempt you or request that you write what we call limited examination. And then once you pass, you are one of us. So no person shall be registered as associate unless he or she has attained the age of 21 years. I don't think this is discriminatory. Is it? It's not. Okay. All right. Or has become a resident in Ghana. And every associate shall be entitled to use after his or her name the initials AGIA, that's Associate of Ghana, and shall be provided with a stamp. You know the interesting thing, I'm sure some of you or most of you can't wait to get your stamp somewhere in October or whatever. You can let the PPs wait if you don't really need the money. The reason is, once your client sees that you are stamping and you charge, they will pay you more. I'm sure now your friends have been stamping for you, so they'll ask by you. Okay, but when we change it to chartered architects, we say every chartered architect shall be entitled to use after his name the initials GIA, Ghana Institute of Architects, and shall be provided with a stamp. So instead of A, we will take the A from there, and then so you're a member of the Royal Institute of British Architects, you're a chartered architect, it's RIBA after your name. You are an architect with the American Institute of Architects, it's AIA after your name. And it goes like that. So I think it's long overdue. All right. So we also have architectural firms, and firms shall be corporate bodies duly registered with the institute and subject to the regulations and bylaws in paragraphs 1.0 and 2.3 of the regulations of the institute. So we have firms that are architectural firms, and they go through a registration process. Then we have the honorary fellow and all the others. Any questions so far? Yes, sir.
My name is Nikwate Kwoti. Yes, I want to ask the honorary fellows and honorary associates, do they also get a stamp and can also stamp drawings?
No, you see, once you are honorary, you know the assemblyman, everybody is honorable. So it's a title we give you, but you don't get the other perks that goes with it. Yeah, I mean, it's a title. Mm-hmm. Like, where do you come? You are a Ghana. The Ghana, the development, you have development chiefs. Okay, so you can give development chief to anybody at all. So I'm not a Ghana, but if I'm doing well in your state, you can install me as a development chief. But there are certain things I cannot do. So the same thing applies to these guys. You know that they are promoting architecture in a certain way. They are not architects, okay, and they are not architects because they are not qualified to be architects. But you are honoring them so that they can continue with what they are doing. So you don't give them any other thing.
Etonam. In the slide before this, there was CPD requirements. Nope. No. No. Yes. Is that still ongoing, or has it been scrapped?
Even to date, to be in good standing, it means that you have to pay your subscription, and once you pay your subscription, you are in good standing. We have been left out as a country. Years ago, CPD started all over the world, and for most of the institutes, it is mandatory not just paying your subscription, but you need to have some CPD points. It's either continuous professional development or continuing professional development, and you get points. So we are putting the necessary structures in place. I'm sure very soon we will practicalize it, and it will have to be mandatory that you meet those points as part of your renewal process. Any other? Yes.
Yeah. To be able to get your stamp, you need to be to write the professional exams here in Ghana, or write or have written one that's equal to the GIA zone. Is it vice versa? Because I see that your name has AGIA and RIBA attached to it. So I don't know, how did you get your, because I don't know anybody else who has both on theirs.
Okay, all right. It is not vice versa. I became a chartered architect in UK in 2003. In Ghana, I became an architect in 1999. Yes, and went through the process.
When you say the process, do you mean like you went back to school?
No, I didn't go back to school. I went through their process. All right, okay, so you see, once you have completed your academic qualification, your academic qualification is accepted in most countries. Okay. In the UK, for instance, because of our system of education, which we borrowed from them, and especially the Department of Architecture with the Commonwealth accreditation, we are exempted from parts 1 and parts 2 of the RIBA examination process. The part 1 is our bachelor's degree, so it is equivalent to their bachelor's degree. And the part 2 is either our postgraduate diploma degree or our master program. Okay, so if you came from KNUST and you went to UK and you applied, you are exempted from those two parts, parts 1 and part 2. The part 3 is what you are writing now. So it's the part 3 that I went through.
Does that mean that like a staff and go to start the process already?
Yeah, if you want.
And I know you need to be a resident of Ghana to be able to qualify.
Yes.
You also need to be a resident.
Yes, you have to be a resident wherever you want to practice. There are two ways. Either you are a resident or you practice through others. You understand? So let's say a foreigner comes here. The foreigner may have to show a resident permit before we can register him. Alternatively, if the foreigner has a project, the foreigner can partner with anyone here who is already qualified and ride on the back of that person.
So does that mean, I want to clarify, it means that if you get your staff here in Ghana, when you go to the education of your person, you go there, you tell them that you want to be a member.
Yes. So they will take you through the process. So no, first you have to document. So you have to documentation starts from your CV, your resume. You first pick application, like the way you did your documentation here. It is the same thing. You get the necessary forms, you fill with the necessary attachments. You are called through the council, and then whatever, they position you, you start from there. My friend, you want to concentrate here. You would want to, well, it depends. It may take a longer time, it may take a shorter time. So for instance, if you don't have any documentation, if you don't have any legal status, that may delay you. If you have legal status, it may not delay you. If your application is not missing any other documents, then it can be faster. But if when they are reviewing, they have to get back to you for you to produce other documents, it may delay. So it is not one, automatic that you will even get, and then two, the time it takes depends on the individual application. Yeah, any other question? I see you've already finished. If your son, you have a child, how old is your child? Okay, his child is 2 years, okay? So, in 16 years' time, your child will go to the university. So when you send him abroad, let's say to the UK, don't let him just go and wash plates. I told you my story. Okay, let him be inquisitive and then start from there. But I'll pray with you. Any other question? All right. All right. So, diploma or certificate, every fellow and every associate or chartered architect shall, upon registration, be entitled to obtain a diploma of membership subject to such conditions and on payment of such subscription or other sums as the regulation may from time to time prescribed. And any such person ceasing to be a member shall on demand return to the council his diploma or certificate of membership. So you are given a certificate once you qualify. Now the certificate is portable. You can put it in a file. With ours, it was A3, and then it has some blue band. You see, our stamp was, I still have my stamp. It was big wooden, big. And then you have the stamp part somewhere. So you put and then but now things have changed. But you will all be given certificates, and it shows, it differentiates you from the graduates. Okay, shows that you are a professional. Plus, you see, when I encourage and you want to tell those who are behind you, as soon as they are done, they should prepare with the academics. Shouldn't wait for a long time. So when you finish and you get it and you want to go and be a painter, no one cares. One day you come for it. You see, you're asking me how long it took me. I got GIA in 99 and 2003 I got RIBA. I didn't do it the other way around. In this world, it is about strategy. And they will require endorsement from here. At the time, the late Prof. Samuel Stete, who was the registrar of ARC, there was some form he had to endorse my forms for me to be sent to them. Okay, non-transferability of rights and privileges of a member. Let us be careful with this. The rights and privileges of a member of this institute shall be personal to themselves. So you are an architect. It is you. You cannot transfer it to your 2-year-old son when he, yeah. Okay. Neither can you. You have a sister, a younger sister. You can transfer it to her. Okay. It is you, and only you. And shall not be transferable or transmissible by his own act or by operation of law. If you do that, it is forgery, and the law can catch up on you. Okay, so you see, we talked about qualification. Qualification, what you need before you can call yourself an architect. Now, disqualification. We say no person shall be registered as architect or onto the corporate membership unless he or she, as one, become a resident in Ghana, attain the age of 21 years, and pay the prescribed subscription, or he or she. You see, I'm adding she. This is not the original. Or he or she is adjudged by a court of competent jurisdiction to be of unsound mind. Means that person cannot. Or convicted by a court of competent jurisdiction, whether in Ghana or elsewhere, of any offense involving fraud or dishonesty. Or if having been adjudged an insolvent or bankrupt has not been granted by a court of competent jurisdiction a certificate to the effect that it's insolvency. Maybe I should add her to it. His or her insolvency or bankruptcy has arisen wholly or partly from unavoidable losses or misfortunes. Then such a person cannot be an architect. Notwithstanding anything in this article, a non-resident being otherwise qualified or who requires temporary registration for the purpose of executing a specific project may apply to the Council of the Ghana Institute of Architects for such registration. Remember, I did explain that point. So no firm shall be registered as architectural firm if, one, it is a limited liability company. See, I've put an asterisk there, and the reason is it is outmoded. So we have to amend it to make sure that we have limited liability companies. It has a number of advantages, In the case of group practice, the majority of partners or directors are not members of Ghana Institute of Architects. So you can have anyone saying, oh, I have money, so I'm setting up an architectural firm. No, majority of that. So if it's a group, majority of the partners should be architects. And this is to protect the profession. I got, was it a year ago or so, I got a call from one of our sponsors and said, oh, you know what, we would want to set up an architectural wing. And I'm like, what do you do? And so we are into furniture. Who are the directors? Do you have any director as an architect? No. I mean, they are businessmen. We can't do that. You know. And I think down the line they called. Oh yeah, we now have an architect. I say, wait a minute. The registration, we're talking about shareholding. We're talking about majority of them. And as young architects, please don't be enticed by some of this. Oh, you know what, do this. And then at the end of the day, you'll be shooting yourself in your foot. Along the line, you may not see it now, but by the time your is there a son or daughter? your son, by the time he's 18, you see that you killed everything before he got 18, you know. And also, if none of its partners is a Ghanaian, that is a no-go area. No person whose name is not, for the time being entered in the register of actors, may take or use the title of architect. So maybe for now, just hide your business cards. You can buy masking tape, cut small, and put it. Or pray that the time runs. Yes, so by October, by the time you close your eyes open, we are in October, and then you can issue them out. Or practice under the name, title, or style containing the word architect, architecture, or architectural. Okay. You see, no, I don't blame you, because when growing up, you are so enthusiastic, you would want to get there quicker. But when they say anything, you don't understand. But when you pass that stage, you will understand. Notwithstanding anything in subparagraph 6.03, that's the one above, where they're talking about majority, and in 6.40, there's a group practice of which a member of Ghana Institute of Architects is a partner or director may apply for the right to use the term architect, architecture, or architectural in combination with the terms applicable to the other allied disciplines, as may from time to time be defined by the Council, provided that nothing in the use of the terms implies that the practice is primarily as an architectural practice. Who can explain this? Madam, I don't think I've taken your name, so you explain this, but mention your name and I can take your name.
My name is Michelle Boafo. Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay. I think what it means is a group practice where one of the board of directors is a member of the GIA, a partner is a member of the GIA, can apply for the right to use the term architect, architecture, or architectural if they are working together with other allied disciplines, engineers, civil engineers, or others. And from time to time, it may be defined by the Council, provided that nothing in the use of the terms implies that the practice is only or just an architectural practice.
Did we understand what she said? We didn't get it, AC, I didn't get it too. Who can help? Who can help? You see, when you look at 6.03b, you say, in case of a group practice, the majority of partners or directors are not members of the Ghana Institute of Architects. So it's saying that in case there was a group, majority should be members of Ghana Institute of Architects. Then it can be termed as an architectural firm. But the 6.04 is saying, notwithstanding that, if you have only one member as part of that group, they can still use architecture or architectural, provided their primary object is not the practice of architecture. Does that make sense? Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I think the last statement said that implies that the practice is primarily as an architectural practice. Nothing in it. Okay. So I just wanted to understand that.
Yes, sir. Your name. For him, I know he's from Kumasi. And you?
I'm from Accra. I'm here. Yeah. No, I'm from the Western region. No, I mean, like I stay here. My name is Ali. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so with the namings architect, architecture, and architectural, well, I have seen these IT companies, some using the architect word, like cloud architect, business architect, solution architect. What happens to these people if they put architectural firm on yeah?
All right. Are they practicing the science, the arts and science of buildings? Yeah, so leave them to do what they are doing. If they come to your space, then you can tackle them.
Yesterday we were made, I think, what's her name? Akosia. Architect Akosia made us aware that group practice comes, I mean, it happens for particular projects, but not as a firm. That's what she made us understand. But with this, maybe I don't know, maybe I'm confused. I'm trying to understand can it be created as a firm or it always comes on particular projects?
All right, so you can come together, different individuals can come together from different disciplines and work on a specific project. You have firms also coming together, different firms coming together to work on specific projects. What you should understand is they already have their names, okay? When they come together, they can form what we call joint venture, sign a joint venture agreement, and use that joint venture name. And our laws allows that joint venture name be registered for that specific project. And once that project is completed, that union they will seek divorce for that union. You understand it? Okay. All right. So it is group practice is not permanent. It's temporary. All right. Any other? All right. So the next one, that's Article 7. It's talking about the officers of the institute. Say the following shall be the officers of the institute and shall be elected from the fellows or associate class of the institute.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Online? Is it
Hello,
online?
Sir. Yes, online.
But we can see your face. Let's see your face and then you can ask your question and mention your name.
Yes, please. Please, can you see my face now? Yes.
No, I can't. Can you see his face?
My name is...
your name is... Your last name first, huh?
My name is Terry.
What,
Dodu.
Terry? Did you say Terry of...
Dodu.
Oh, Terry Dodu.
Yes, sir, Terry Dodu.
And you didn't want to be here?
Yes, sir. No, I'm in traffic because it's raining. The road is jammed up. There was a lot of flooding on the roads, so I'm still trying to get there.
You see, Terry, we call something no die time. No die time. You should have sort of early.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, so I'll now mark, because otherwise
Yes,
you were absent. So I'll mark you and put an asterisk that you were late. All right, now ask.
Yes, please. Yes, please. My question is about the the group practice that you mentioned. When you said it's temporary, I want to know, what if after that first project, the companies that come together realize are good working together, so then they go on other projects together? Do they still maintain the name, and then does it still remain a group practice, or would they have to now really come together to be one firm? Does it work that way? Can they maintain and progress as a group practice, or do they have to now formally come together as a single company?
All right, okay. So to come together depends on them. To come together and form one company depends on them. But so far as they run their individual practices or their individual organizations, whenever they come together as a group for that specific project. So yeah, they finish a project, they would want to go on to another one, but still have their other firms running. There will still be a group practice. Yes.
Thank you very much. As a follow-up to that question, so if they come together for a particular project and then the project is over and they've registered with the GIA for that particular project and then they go their separate ways, when they come back, they have to re-register again?
Yes, we call it temporary registration or temporary register. So you are on a temporary register for a specific project and for a specific duration. So you indicate, we are taking on this project in this pseudonym, and it will be completed in 3 years' time. At the end of the project, your name will have to be removed from the register. If there was another project and you come with the same name, it doesn't matter, it will have to be re-registered.
Thank you. So is there, can the company or the joint venture, is there a certain number of times they can come back again as a group practice or with different companies?
You know, interestingly, I know in this country, there was a particular company which was on ARC's temporary register for over a decade. And the question was, what is temporary? Is there a limit that they can go? Well, if that specific project is not completed and it spans over 20 years, once you can show evidence that it is just that project, then that is fine. However, if you are coming, there should be a limit. If you would want the group practice, you are working and you've seen that you have a good working relationship, then it will be better for you to dissolve your individual firms, come together, and move with all forces. So that will be part of what we call growing the firm through maybe mergers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 come together and form a very big multidisciplinary firms. And in the developed country, it is done. I mean, most have firms starting within 5 years in the US, for instance. They are in this state, they are in that state, and some of the, when you study the trend, it's so interesting. Some start or most of them start the way we start. Maybe one person, 2, 3 coming together in their garage and whatever. Within 5 years, they are shooting up. And one of the strategy is to merge. So you see, you come together, you see where your strengths are, and I would want to advise you. You can begin to look at that even at this age, okay? That, yeah, this guy can look after the money, you know, so, or he can look for jobs. You cannot look for jobs, but you can beat the work when it comes. So you get him, and then you get a third person. But the most important thing is the documentation. Make sure that you write things down as to how you guys agree, and then you move on. It is sad, and some of us are trying hard to make sure that it doesn't happen. But it's sad to see firms in Ghana collapsing along the line. It doesn't make sense. In 2007, I used what is called regression analysis under a course called quantitative methods to analyze the top 200 architectural firms in the US using their 2006 revenue. And it was so interesting. It tells you how they grew, okay, over time, starting from nowhere, and then along the line, being in all the 50 states, and coming to Europe, and then, what was it called, cutting through to Africa. I think we can do it if we put our mind. You talk to Ghanaians and partnership doesn't work. You see, it doesn't work because the base, as when the fundamentals are weak. Your CD, it will expose you. All right, okay. So we have the president, he or she presides over all the meetings of the institute and the council and direct the affairs of the institute generally. And then 2, we have the vice president who deputize when the president is not available. Then the honorary secretary, he keeps all the records of the institute and is responsible for all communications to and from the institute. He or she, shall you see the woman, you are here. He or she shall take the minutes at all meetings of the institute and council. He shall be the custodian of the institute properties, including the common seal. So that's a huge responsibility. But you see, taking minutes, you have to start it now if you've not already started, because it will build you up. Okay, let me tell you a small secret. He was buried about 6 weeks ago at the father of the Gamanche. He is one of the people I train, and I train under good minds. Okay, and at the time, we had Mobitel. Big phone, Mijabontin, Amerikasa. Okay. And then landline. It was costly to use the Mobitel. He was in Kumasi. There was a project here that I was handling. I was a teaching assistant, and they gave me an extra responsibility also to handle a project here. So go for meetings, and at that age, I would chair the meeting. Huge responsibility to meet ministers and what have you. Then I will call him, after I've drafted the minutes, I'll call him on the phone, and I'll be reading the minutes, and he will be correcting. It would take us hours. But then I'll use the landline because that will not cost much. And learn so much from that. There were recorders, but not as sophisticated as this. But it is not good to be recording. You have to pay attention, take notes, and you see that it will be more beneficial than you spend the time to record, and then you go and spend another time, 2-3 hours, to listen to the audio and write. If you want to write good reports, start from minutes. When you go to size, please be inquisitive and be preparing the minutes to start with. Anyway, then we have the honorary treasurer. He or she collect money, your subscription, and then they keep the accounts for the funds of the institute. The institute is governed by a council. So when you hear GIA Council, it's the Ghana Institute of Architects governing body. And we have the president, the immediate past president, the vice president, the honorary secretary, and the honorary treasurer. These first four are the officers of the institute. Then we have 5 members of the institute coming onto the council. So the 5 and the amendments, we need to make sure we do it, and we do it quick. So the 5, some take the responsibility as social secretary, assistant honorary secretary, among others. And you have representatives from the accredited schools of architecture. So until recently, we only had a rep from KNUST, but in my council, we brought the Central University guys, so the dean is on the council. And then we're supposed to have chapters of chapters can be termed as branches, so regional branches. It's unfortunate, Ghana Institute of Architects, we only have, to date, we only have one chapter, and that's the Northern chapter, which was supposed to take care of the Ashanti region and the Northern region. At this time, we get other chapters, but it depends on the number of architects in those regions. Some years back, wanted to set up the Western chapter because there was this architect, what was the name? Well, I met him last week, I've forgotten, Eugene Oforiata in Takoradi. But a lot of people didn't move in there. And when we heard of Kufuor oil, we thought it was going to boom, so some people went there, but they came back to Accra again. All right. So this number 9 is repetition. It's same as number 6. So when you are reading, I think I did it under pressure. So pardon me. I'll take it out. Then powers and functions of the council. The council shall have oversight, administrative, and management responsibilities of the institute, and for policy formulation and strategy. The council shall be responsible for administration and management of the affairs of the institute, and shall be responsible for carrying out the provisions of the constitution of the institute and the promotion of its objects. So the council should make sure that all the objects, especially the second one, which talk about project management, what's it called? Manufacturers representative, construction management, among others. So that the architect, to start with, the training, the person is so versatile. Okay, so please, let us not limit ourselves. Let's open up, and we'll have a lot of work to do. And then for the management and duties of the council, the holding of meetings by the council and the issue of notices calling for such meetings. for the duties of the officers of the council, for the appointment of committees and the powers and duties and proceedings for such, and also responsible for administration, investment, and expenditure of the property and funds of the council from whatever source and from whatever purposes received. The Institute was fortunate in 1986 to be given this property by the government. However, we did not. We didn't have money. In 1986, at the time they didn't have money. They didn't go through the registration process. And along the line, documentation, some started altering certain documentation. But this property is to belong to the institute. And in Ghana, funny things happened. In 2006, a minister got land for its ministry. The land was assigned by the Lands Commission. That was in 2006. The ministry started construction on the land. And they didn't have money. They got to, it was 3 stories, so they had done the structural frame and then installed. Until 2017, 16, 17, so that's 10 years, when they got some funds. And then they went onto it. And even that, Ghana, the way we take our calabash around looking for money, so they got a bilateral agency saying we are giving you some small money. And I'm like, wait a minute, 4.6 million, a whole country, you go and then get it from somewhere. Anyway, if they can go for $2 million, 4.6 is higher than that. So when they prepared and then went to start a project, the contractor, because the money is coming from a foreign country, 70% of everything has to be come from there, which some of us think it doesn't make sense. But that's what happened. As soon as they started demolition, because the building had been there for, and the function of the building has changed, and they had to. Then a Ghanaian came with a court order leading a Chinese, because in 2013, Lands Commission went to sell the building with a structure on it to a Chinese developer. I mean, why can this happen? Eventually, the thing had to go to court, and the judge said, Lands Commission, you are fond of doing this. He said, go and look for land for the Chinese and leave the ministry alone to do their development. So a lot of things happen. But yeah, we'll make sure that we protect the property for the institute. So the council, that's the power, shall be responsible for all this. And then for the definition of unprofessional conduct and for determining the mode of inquiry into and the method of dealing with such conduct and penalties which may be imposed upon any member found guilty of such conduct as contravening the provision of this. Okay, so we'll go through all that, what is misconduct and what is good conduct. And then they are responsible for the scale of fees to be charged by actors for professional advice, services rendered, and work done. And then for the fees to be paid for initial and annual registration. Okay. We, in, was it 2022 or so, December, thereabouts, we had an OGM, and I said, listen, we are not increasing the subscription for 2023. Because it's too short. Okay? So let's take a year to think through. And that 2024, we will increase the subscription by 100%, from 500 to 1,000. Is it wrong to do that? We're giving you a whole year to think through it, to save towards. When our own counterparts, and some of them, most of them, we get the jobs and invite them onto it. Their subscriptions are higher than us. Anyway, for prescribing the procedure to be followed by persons applying for registration and for instructions and orders conducive to the maintenance and improvement of the status of the architects in Ghana, and generally for the attainment of the objects of the Institute. Then the Council shall prescribe or approve courses of study for the conduct of standard of qualifying examination for registration as architect. So these workshops that we are running, the Council has approved it. It's gone through ARC. ARC has also approved the entire procedure, and then prescribe and uphold standards of professional conduct and ethics, and control the practice of architecture in Ghana. Okay, so the Institute also has staff. It's to have, staff for the day-to-day administration of the Institute. So you can liken, if you understand how businesses work or corporate bodies work. You have the board, you have management, and then you have staff. Okay, so here you have the Institute as both board and management, and then you have the staff. And it is both board and management because the staff level, it's lower than you would want to put all of them as management. Maybe we'll get, by the time you begin to get gray hair like I'm getting, then you'll get a bigger staff, and you can put the necessary structures so that you reduce the burden on the council members, especially the honorary secretary. I was honorary secretary for 4 years, and it wasn't easy. All right, so the council can punish. So when there are misconduct, you can be called by the council. It can be misconduct against the Institute, against your client, or your colleague professional. So you can be called, and it means that the council would have to appoint a disciplinary committee, which will consist of 2 members of the council, one of whom shall be the chairman of the committee, 3 members of the Institute who shall be either fellows or associates. And then the committee will elect one of its members as secretary, and the findings and recommendation of the committee shall be submitted to council for further redress. We've been instituting investigative committees, especially for to settle issues between architects and their clients. A lot of cases come before us, and some of them can be avoided. You see, let me just veer off. There was this trend called design and build. And most of us are falling foul to it. We are not doing it the right way. I'm saying we are not doing it the right way because most of us begin to turn ourselves into contractors, buying whole barrels and cement and iron rods, and eventually relegating our core competence to the background. And our core competence is the design. We relegate it into the background. I'm a strong advocate of the architect-led design-build process instead of the contractor-led design-build process. But what it means is that, one, you are leading, you sign the agreement, the money comes through you, but you are not going to buy iron rods, you are not going to. You have a contractor on board, protects the project, performance bond or T. The primary thing is your cost, which we call guarantee maximum price, and then the time to complete. So please don't fall into that pit. You get, once you lead it, you get some people will say, oh, the clients are not paying for design. Why are they not paying for design? So you think when you go and buy wheelbarrow, they will pay? All right, so that's about disciplinary. And then when, so when the disciplinary reports to the council, then allegation of professional misconduct has been proved against a member, council may apply any of the following sanctions. Strike off from the register the name of the architect against whom the adverse findings have been made. So far, we haven't struck the name of any architect yet, but it's a possibility. Okay? Or suspend the architect concerned from membership of the institute for such a period as the council may deem fit. Reprimand the architect member or impose any other sanctions which it may deem fit, having regard to all the circumstances of the case, or seek legal redress. And then appeals. Any person aggrieved by a decision of the council in the exercise of these disciplinary powers may appeal against the decision through arbitration. We all know of arbitration. You don't go to court, you seek redress through arbitration. Reinstatement. Any person whose name has been struck off the register of architects may have his name restored if the council is satisfied that he or she has become subsequently a fit and proper person to practice the profession of architecture on the settlement of section sanctions, which may be decided by the council. And then here we talk about the branches or the chapters that has to be formed. This is about funds. The institute may receive and administer guidelines governing the chapters and apply its funds, donations, bequests, and endowments for prizes, exhibitions, studentship, or scholarship, or for any general or special objects or purpose connected with the institute, or for any benevolent purpose connected with the institute. So The scholarship can support students when they think. I remember when in June, July, we sponsored one person to the UIA because her work had been selected by the International Union of Architects to be presented at the UIA Congress. Okay, so supported it. Remember last year the ASAG KNUST fell on us when they were doing their annual what do you call it? ASAG week, yes, and we had to support. But anything that you can do to project architecture, we're talking about research. If you have a very good research idea, especially on materials, on building materials, something that will reduce the cost of construction, why not send the concept and we'll support you to make it happen. Okay, delegation. The council may delegate to any person or group or body of persons whether or not he or she or they are members of the council or of the institute, with or without restrictions, the exercise of any of its functions subject to the provisions of this constitution. So we are at liberty to delegate. So for instance, today I was supposed to be at an event that's the conference and AGM of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, which they started yesterday. So I had to call one or two of the council members to attend. We can fall on you, who knows. So you have to be ready to serve. And then annual general meeting. An annual general meeting shall be convened in every year at such place and at such time and on such date, not being later than 12 months after the last preceding annual general meeting, as the council shall determine. All members of the institute shall have the right to attend the annual general meeting, except that such members disqualified by reason of non-payment of subscription shall not have a right to vote. So when this has been amended, it wouldn't be just, and we institute the continuing professional development, so it wouldn't be just paying your subscription to be in good standing by having met the necessary points to be. So at the annual general meeting, we're supposed to receive and consider financial statement and annual report of the council, elect the council for the ensuing term, and transact such other business as may be necessary. Then annual reports. The council shall prepare a yearly report on the state of the institute, which shall be presented at the annual general meeting. Then amendment of the constitution. The constitution may be amended by the resolution passed by 2/3 majority of the members present and entitled to vote at an extraordinary general meeting of the institute, called for the purpose and the terms of the proposed amendment circulated to members, together with a notice conveying the meeting. An extraordinary meeting may be held on the same day and at the same place as the annual general meeting. So, to amend the constitution, having gone through it with a committee, it is presented to the members at a special meeting called extraordinary meeting. So it can happen at any time. Alternatively, it can be part of the annual general meeting, and 2/3 of the members present should vote for it to be amended. So when we finish that process, it will come back to membership for them to amend it. Conflict resolution. The council shall appoint a 5-member committee comprising one person with expertise in arbitration and conflict resolution, preferably an architect, and 2 past presidents, at least 1 member must be a female, and then 1 member of council. So when there was the need to resolve any conflict, it can be disagreement among or between a client and an architect. Something happened, and this got to do with a design and build. It happened a couple of years, I think over 10 years ago, when a firm, an architectural firm, also has another wing, which is construction wing. And then introduce themselves as the architects to the client. The client gave them a project. And so, oh, that's a construction firm. Did not declare that the construction firm was part of them. And you see, until things go bad, you wouldn't know what you've done. So along the line, the client became dissatisfied with the entire process, talking about quality and other things. So the client reported through the institute to the registration council, and eventually the registration council picked it up, formed a committee, and it was bad on the architect. Okay, so whilst working, let us be honest, let us be diligent, and let us concentrate on what we are doing. Okay, I think some of these things you can read and get it. What's the time? Well, okay, all right. So let's quickly go through the code of conduct. Any questions on the Constitution? Otherwise, we quickly go through the code of conduct, and then when we come back, we'll do the regulations and the bylaws, and we'll be done for the examination. All right. So any questions? Any comments? But please, if you know I haven't taken your name here, when we have to go for break, come, let me take your name before you go. Okay, so the code of conduct, why do you think there was a need for anything like this? In some jurisdiction, they call it code of ethics. Why do you think? Yes.
Yeah, I'll try. Basically, so that everybody knows how they should go about how they act in the profession. And also, whenever they go against it, there are some repercussions. Yes.
All right, okay. Madam, you see, she knows herself. Huh? If you can mention your name.
My name is Seleno Hodasi. Okay. I think the code of conduct is to help regulate the architect in the sense that so we all don't go about doing whatever we want. There should be a rule governing us, and if you go against it, you get penalized.
All right, so we are privileged to be in such a profession, but if we are not guided, I think we'll become a laughing stock by the populace. Okay, there should be order in everything. Hence the code of conduct. And we say a registered member of Ghana Institute of Architects here, after referred to as a registered architect, is governed by the foregoing rules and regulations. The following clauses indicate the general standard of conduct, and these are the barest minimum, of which registered architect, whether remunerated by fee, whether remunerated by fee or salary, must adhere to. Failing which, the Council of the Ghana Institute of Architects may judge and reprimand, suspend, or expel him or her. Yes, sir. My friend, have I mentioned ARC? I mentioned ARC here when I talked about the fact that it was resuscitated in 2000. Say Council of Ghana Institute of Architects. Okay, it has a governing board, and the governing board is called the Ghana Institute of Architects Council, GIA Council. The ARC is Architects Registration Council. It also has a governing board, and it's called ARC Council, or the Council. Any other question? Or anyone who would want to clarify for him? All right, okay. Cases of professional conduct not specifically covered by these clauses may be dealt with by the council with regards to particulars of each case. So if there are other things that are not listed here, then the council, which is led by the president, may define terms for those cases and deal with it accordingly. So it says Article 1.00 is responsibilities and remuneration. Say a registered architect must not hold, assume, or consciously accept a position in which his interest is in conflict with his professional duty. Can we think of any example? Yes, sir. The man from the Western region.
Example would be like the design and build. Say the architect designs, and then he's supposed to do the construction. There could be conflict in such a way that maybe to cut down costs from the construction to amount more money, he might choose to use maybe inferior products in the construction, going against the specifications in the contract.
So I think especially in the government circles, if the architect works in an assembly or particular districts where as part of his role, he has to maybe vet or go over other bodies or people who come and bring projects, but he has access to all the projects, or he's aware of all the projects coming. So he can also act as an independent architect and bring projects to his firm or to himself.
Raymond. Okay, so for instance, you are part of a board where there is a competition, and you are part of the judges to judge the competition, and for instance, your firm is partaking in the competition. So since you are part of the board, there's a conflict there. Since you know the criteria for the measurement or how the competition will be judged, you know it, you have access to it, and your firm is also kind of partaking in the competition. So there is a conflict over there. So for that, it's not good.
What we call insider information. Any other? All right. Okay. So yeah, that is a no-go area. Then a registered architect, when acting as it's going down to explain. A registered architect, when acting as architectural consultant, advisor, or assistant, to be remunerated solely by the fees, by his professional fees payable by the client, or by a salary payable by his employer. He or she is debarred from any other source of remuneration in connection with the works and duties entrusted to him or her. It is the duty of a registered architect to uphold and apply the scale of professional charges adopted by Ghana Institute of Art. How many of us have seen the scale of fees? You haven't seen the scale of fees? So how do you charge your PP? Anyway, you are not architects yet, so you can't use the fees. But you have to know the scale of fees. Okay, if you haven't, so give me your number and then I will share that also with you. So at least you know we are updating it as well. But at least you know what it says. I thought it was mentioned yesterday during your professional, is it the architect in practice? And the fees was not, the scale of fees was not mentioned, but you've forgotten. Hey, it was yesterday. You see, mine is from 99. Okay. All right, okay. So when you are on a project, you're supposed to be comfortable with the fees that you've charged. You're not supposed to take any other thing other than the fees that you've charged. When your employer puts you on a project, you should be comfortable with the salary that the employer takes or pays you. Don't go and take anything from the contractor. You will be compromised when you do that. And it will affect the quality of the project. It will affect everything. So please, let's be responsible. All right. So the second article, or 2.00, is business. So a registered architect may be an architectural consultant, advisor, or assistant to building contractors, decorators, manufacturers, house and estate agents, estate development firms or companies, or firms or companies trading in materials used in or whose activities are otherwise connected with the building industry, as well as director, shareholder, or partner in any business registered to conduct business in the above-mentioned discipline, provided he is able to demonstrate that the combination would not prevent his compliance with the principles of this code and the regulation and rules that apply to his or her circumstances. Who can summarize this just in a word or two? I have to be very, very attentive. I have to look for those who haven't spoken. My friend, I haven't heard of this.
Emmanuel, APG. Okay, so from what is there means that, let's say, for example, the person is a shareholder in a construction company. So it means that the person can act as an architect and also perform his duties as a shareholder in a construction company without both of them conflicting. That's what I think. Or he or she looking into, like he or she looking for his or her own interest. So it might compromise. Yeah. Okay, let's say maybe to make more profit. So you compromise maybe the quality of materials or try to look for other alternatives instead of following what the architects who designed the project you are building specified. So yeah.
Or you are designing for them?
Or you are designing for them. But if you are designing for them, it means you looking like you let it favor you. So maybe the architect that designed the building that you are building.
Who would want to add or disagrees? I think you were shaking your head, so if you can.
I was trying to understand what he was saying. Okay, so I was thinking, for example, if somebody is part of maybe a director in a real estate company, I was thinking along the lines of when you are not, it's not an architectural firm per se, so you are not there to primarily provide the services of an architectural firm, so you have to stay within the lane as such and not digress.
I'm sure some of you are working in construction or real estate companies, and you either design for them, and then stamp. No, you don't have the stamp, so it's okay. But so assuming you have the stamp and you stamp for them, and you have the name of the construction company as part of the title block, do you know it is illegal? Say it again. I should come again because you've been doing that. All right, okay, all right. So there was a real estate company, let's say Akusia Mansa and daughters, okay, and they are real estate company, and they've employed you as a young architect in the company, and then you design, and then you stamp. So the title block, you have Akusia Mansa and daughters real estate, and then you have your stamp. What's your name? Raymond what? Raymond Boatin, and then you sign. And I'm asking, do you think it is illegal or not? It is what? Legal. Why?
Because you're supposed to have the name of the firm, not the name of the construction or real estate company on the title block.
So you see, the construction company has not been registered to practice architecture. Okay, so their name cannot be on the title block. Okay, their name cannot be on the title block. What it also means is that if they ask you to design, you cannot be an employee on salary and design for them, because they are cheating you. Okay, so what you can do will be to bargain with them. So you take sole ownership of the project. You have your name on the title block, because you have a stamp. Without their name, you have them as clients. So you charge them per the scale of fees. You see, if you don't want to be comfortable as an employee, then you tow that lane. I want you to tow a lane that will put some money into your pocket, that will advance you. And that lane is to show your professional power.
You know, what they do, hospitals, they do have several projects that they have. And they have their own architects who do projects and stuff.
Which is wrong, okay? And those architects are shooting themselves in the foot. You see, when you find yourself in the public service, in any establishment, it can be the university or whatever, they're thinking they did not employ you to be designing, because their preoccupation is not architecture. We just learned about that. Okay, they are preoccupation, so they are cheating you. They know they can make a lot of you. Okay, and you do the title block, and then you have cocoa board as what, the client, the project owner, and what, and then you stamp as an individual. No. You can practice on using your name. Okay, yours. Let me tell you a typical example. And this was 2003. Well, it started from 2002, 2003. A roofing company approached me. They were, the man died about a year and a half ago. May he so rest in peace, Atu Graham. They were doing barrel roof. Okay. And they had connection with Cocoa Board, the head office. They wanted to do warehouses in Community 3. An engineering company was on the project called Asaf Boache and Partners, ABP. They were on the project doing other things. The roofing was going to define the architecture of the warehouse, the roofing system. It's called ABM. It's a barrel roof. They have a small equipment, so they fabricate, they come as coils, and then they fabricate the arches, okay, using those equipment. And I studied it with him, because when he came, when he got it, we had looked at it for other projects. So he invited me onto it. And I did the design. The engineers, that's the engineering firm, wanted me to use their title block and stamp and sign for them. I said, listen, we are not going there. Okay. I was young, but I knew what I was about. Okay. So I use my name on the title block as the architect and sign for it. For that project, the cocoa board warehouse at Community 3, Tama. And this was in 2003. Okay. You will say I was outside their establishment, so it was easy to do this. But remember, I did this with an established engineering firm, and I stood on my grounds. Okay, that the law allows me to practice in my name, so far as I'm qualified. Okay. If Cocoa Board you are an employee of Cocoa Board, you were not employed. Do you have your letter of appointment here? No, like I'll show you something on it. That what you are doing for them is even illegal. Yes.
I want to ask a question. I'll use the Cocoa Board as an example. So, for instance, if Cocoa Board comes and they ask that you become their consulting architect for them, and they get a firm outside the country, maybe from South Africa, they do the drawings and everything. They bring the drawings in, and the drawings is in the firm, the foreign firm, and Cocoa Board asks you to stamp for them, or cross-check that everything is okay, and use your stamp to approve for permit. Is it allowed or is illegal?
You see, why would you go through all this struggle and just be stamping to take some? How much would they give you? You see, some of us think that, oh, this crap, let me stamp. Me, I didn't suffer to get, so if 1,000, let me just take it. Please, please, please. Okay, we've tried to develop what we call joint venture relationship between the foreign and the local persons, making sure that at a minimum, the local does about 40% of the work. We are all working for money. Okay, so why do they have to do everything and then you come and stamp for me? You should know that without your stamp, the project cannot get permit. It cannot go anywhere. So don't sell your stamp cheap. Be part of it right from the word go. Tell Cocoa Board they need the local knowledge. The South Africans, they need it, and they know, because you cannot go and do same in their country. Okay, but they come here and they think you can. No, please. So please, if you are fond of stamping, when you get your stamp, don't do that. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask, in case like a real estate company.
I'm sure there was no one online again. They all come here. Are those ones that when did they come?
What I wanted to ask was that if a real estate company wants an architect, and like you said, if you have to stamp their drawings, they can't use their logo on their title block. That can you just design for them, and then they can go and find their own architect to stamp their drawings?
But you are an architect. You see, on the title block, what do you have? You have the name of the client, you have the project description, its location, the name of the architect, the skill, the date, revision, among others. Okay. So their name comes under the client. Okay. So the architect, you don't put their name there. It is your name. So it's not like their name is not on the title block, but their name is not on the title block as their name is a title on the title block as the project developers, but not as the designers. Okay. So even though they have employed, you see what you can do if you are in employment with such people. What you can do, they employ you to do certain basic things, and with the real estate companies, it may be a bit challenging. But when you are going in, that's where your bargaining power should come. You tell them right from the word go. These are basic things I can do for you. Okay, I can assist you develop brief. I can assist you to review schemes that have been done by other architects. So acting as a client representative, okay, because you need, the client should understand what the architect is. So once you have a technical bone behind the client, it helps. But when you have to develop a scheme by picking their brief, going through concept design, through design development, through technical information, production drawings, and getting the others to come and say, I'm an employee and I'll be stamping, when they've not been registered as architectural firm. Understand it? So when you are going for an employment with them, right from the word go, understand what you want and let them give you what you want. This other part, which I deem or I would liken to consultancy, will come in and you tell them with this, these are the terms and conditions. It is outside your normal employment with them. So with that one, you do, it's on as and when basis. Once you are qualified, you put the scale of fees down. And if you do that, he does that, the other person does that, they will not cheat any of you. I don't look at your 2-year-old and say, oh, he needs some money, so let me pick this, and it will bite you along the line.
So does that mean that you can only use your stamp, or you can only use your stamp with people who are not registered with the ALC, the GIA? Basically, like a real estate company, you can't use your stamp when you are working with them. But if you're working with like an architectural firm,
if you are working with an architectural firm, the architectural firm is registered. It has a stamp, so why do you use your stamp? They don't require your stamp. What they require, they may authorize you as one of their signatories. And once they authorize you as one of their signatories, you can sign on their stamp.
Okay, so what I wanted to understand is that if you're working with an architectural firm who is registered, you may not use your stamp. But if you are working with a company who is not part of, who is not registered, you are
not an architectural firm.
Yes.
You are using your stamp as a consultant to them. All right. Any other? You see, at times when you are going in, oh, I need a job, so you will sell your birthright before you realize it. But please. You see, where a registered architect is engaged specifically as an architectural consultant or advisor, as described in clause 3, his name and affix may appear only on the note paper of the firm or company used in connection with his professional services. This is about the stamping. Where a registered architect is engaged as an architectural consultant advisor, as described, he shall not act in a professional capacity for a third party to whom his principal owe a contractual duty. But if mutually agreed between all the parties, he or she may act as an independent architect on the direct instructions of the said third party, provided that he or she receives payment of fees directly from. Who can explain this?
Yes. So what it means is that if you are working for an architectural firm and the architectural firm works with a third-party company, you may not act as an independent architect for them unless there's a contract between your firm and the third-party company to then act as an architectural consultant, and then they have to pay you directly for your services that you provide.
All right, okay. All right, so I have a client, and I put you on the project, and then you go and the client tells you, oh, you know what, your boss is charging me too much. Maybe how much will you charge for me to give you this? And then you pick it by the side and then doing this. That is what this one is saying. It frowns on it unless it is agreed between your boss and that company, and then you'll be annexed onto that, and they will pay you directly. Have we seen this happening? Going on, oh, you know what, your boss is charging 100,000. If you get some 20,000, maybe. So a registered architect may be a director of any company, including building society, and may invest in housing or land. So you can be anything. And you are at liberty to grab land, but grab it legitimately. Then advertisement. All right. So this was done right from the 60s. So tell us if some things have changed when there was Zoom, if Zoom hasn't changed anything to you, tell us. So you'll be taking the notes for me. Any recommendations on this advertisement? So you say a registered architect must not advertise or offer his professional services to any person or body corporate by means of circulars or otherwise, or paid advertisement in the press, except that, you see, there was a caveat. So it's saying don't send circulars around. Don't do Instagram. At that time, there was nothing like Instagram, there was nothing like TikTok, there was nothing like, what again? Facebook, and then Snapchat, and then what else? Well, YouTube, and then, all right, okay. So now, how do we phrase this? Who can help? All right. So can you read the 3.00?
A registered architect must not advertise or offer his professional service to any person or body, corporate by means of circulars or otherwise, or paid announcements in the press, except that. Rewording, I'm not sure, but
My name is Evelyn. Okay, so we can say Jesse Yates. Yeah. So we can say a registered architect must not advertise with the motive of calling clients to notice him or to notice his work. With the motive of calling clients out to notice his work or what he can do for them. Yeah. Publicly calling out clients to notice his work, his or her work. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody would want to add.
So I would have said a registered architect must not advertise or pay for ads that will promote or push unnaturally his professional service or company.
A registered architect must not advertise or offer his or her professional service to any person or body, corporate by means of circulation or otherwise, or paid announcement in the press or social media, except that they are used for educational purposes.
Any other? Yeah.
So a registered architect must not advertise or market himself or his services in any form. except that.
All right. All right. But why do you think that our founders felt the need to put this across?
I think because we are professionals and our careers never die, so advertising doesn't have to be competed amongst ourselves.
Okay.
Okay, so in simple put, maybe they wanted your works to sell themselves, not so your deeds should sell themselves.
You know, whatever we do, let's have at the back of our mind the safety of the public. The safety of the public. We call something post-occupancy evaluation. You begin to use the facility and then see how or the effect the facility have on you. So let your work advertise you. Let the users of your facility say your facility is good. Okay. If not, it will disadvantage a lot of actors. Somebody may have a lot of money, but the design will have negative impact on the users. But because he or she can push through advertisement, you see what happens. All right. Yeah, Dr. Opoku, one of my good friends.
I think it's also part of the maintaining the integrity of the profession. That is not trying to let anybody come in with any what kind of additions which might not help to propagate the work of the architect. Because most businessmen, those who have the monies and the rest, they try to use other architects, because you know you're an architect, you don't have much in your hands. They will use you to be able to get their ideas onto the public. I mean, trying to. For example, if you want to, if they want to maybe sell off their product, a new product has come. Maybe they're doing some manufacturing products and they want to use it to let it go to the public. They can, through you as an architect, let you, use a kind of endorsement. So you go around with using to the press and using your name to endorse for them. But at the end of it all, they'll get the money will come to them, but you yourself, you might not get anything much. But you also sell yourself wrongly to the public.
All right, so he's added a different dimension to it, where you advertise, they use you as the architect to advertise a product which may be detrimental to projects. And because you say, I'm the architect, I'm saying this, the public will take your word and it wouldn't help public good.
Okay, I think when this was written, social media wasn't that. Again, initially, before anything is published, it goes through a lot of proofreading, and then, so when you are even with the way we write our thesis, you have to cite. But then now with social media, even Google, anything you search, you can get anything on it too. So in a way to control information, I'm sure they said that so that there's something that would prove anything that you put on.
Correct, okay. All right, but the caveat here is that he or she may apply to prospective employers for salaried appointment. So when you are applying for a job, they ask to see your portfolio. Okay.
Vincent. Because I believe this has been there for a very long time, before we got here. I don't know if it is really true that people should not advertise, because we hear them advertising all the time, in our cars, in our houses, and even on our TVs. They come on our TV, this estate advertising. If you want architectural plan, come to us. We'll build for you, we'll design for you. And they are all over in the country. Is it really true that people are not advertising?
You see, so this, you talk about the real estate companies. You talk about the real estate companies. And this is where some of us weep when we are sleeping. When there was a regulator, and the regulator is to check whoever uses the title architect, architecture, or architectural, okay, and they are not working, I think we have to get the regulator to work and to make sure that this are not happening. Yeah, they're advertising. But are they architectural firms? Okay.
I want to ask where we categorize websites. Is it under portfolios or advertisement?
So we all heard her. It's not to me. It's to all of us.
Okay, so I've heard your answer, but I want to ask, the subscription you have been paying, when you were talking about that, I was asking, what is the institution doing for us? Because it looks like they are not doing anything for us than taking our money. And because if you take my money and you want to protect me, I should see you protecting me. It shouldn't be in a hall like this or in a function, you say it and everybody goes to sleep. This money we are paying, can't a group be set to enforce the law on people who advertise so that we see that our money we are paying is working for us so that we can sleep and have our peace somewhere? But we pay, but we don't see anything happening.
All right. Yeah, who would respond to him, and then someone will respond to? It's directed to all of us. You want to respond to her?
Okay, so with websites, so what I know from the direction I'm coming from, websites actually, you put your works out there in case a client, so yesterday like this, we learned that right now websites are more of like presence or more of like addresses to your offices. So people see what you've done before if they are interested in the kind of work that you are doing, or if it suits something similar they want to engage you in. But then, so it's not more of like publicity in the sense that right now you've not paid for it to be sent to people to go and watch, but in case someone wants to go to maybe Kwabna Kwapon Associates, they won't see what they've done before, they can go to your website and then see your works.
All right, let me just add to the website thing. You know, when this was written, there was nothing like website. They were using drawing board. I'm sure you never used drawing board. You did. Okay. What size was it? A smaller one or a big one? A what? A0. Okay. With a wooden T-square. Okay. But you don't use it any longer. Okay. Why did you stop using it? Oh, you're back. Isn't it because of technology? Okay. So at the time, I'm sure the whole Ghana, no one had IDD in his or her home. They had to go to, if they have to do international call, it has to be through Telegram. They had to go to the post office and then do it. They did this. They were talking about circulars. You're printing your works and then issuing. Like you did say, the website has come as another office. So your office in the virtual realm, you have the address like your physical location where they will walk into it, and it will tell you what you have to put on your physical location, even the size of lettering that will not be too loud for people to attract people's attention and what have you. The same thing, the website, you're supposed to give them information that is relevant, that will attract them to you, to have business with you. That is different from you going from place to place with your portfolios and say, hey, yeah, we did this and that. Okay, so I see that to be a step forward when it comes to how the architect advertises himself. Without the website, those times, that is either they seeing your building or a client talking about your building, or they coming to, they're walking and then they will see a small sign and so, what is here? Let's go to the office. And then when they get there, you show them what you do. Yeah. So, yeah, this man, he says he pays money and he doesn't know what the money is doing. So would somebody tell him how much have you paid so far?
Maybe I may touch on someone can add. This exercise that is going on, I don't think the monies that we are paying can cater for. The office is being run. I don't think that your subscriptions alone can cater for all the programs that are being organized for us. And even the people that are not here, like the ASAG week and all those sponsorships and scholarships and things, the programs that they are running, how to even keep the website running, all of these things. So the operational bills, I think that is what our subscriptions, and to keep the institution ongoing. Yeah.
You see, let's say we have 500 paying. If you multiply 500 by 500, it gives what, 250,000 Ghana cedis. Okay, so if we have to even depend on subscription alone, do you think this hall can be created? Okay. To be honest with you, I think we as membership, we are not doing enough.
Yeah, I'm going.
I think we are not doing enough. I think we sit back and lambast without understanding what it takes to even run this. Okay, I'm talking about organizing a competition for students, for instance, where the winner will be part of a firm. So it will be a two-stage where you have the competition and then you have a selection for firms to execute. If you know the time it takes to prepare the competition dossier, the money, when you convert that time into money, that the whoever is in charge of that is not getting, sacrificing that time for the benefit of the institute and for membership. You remember when there was a competition and there was a winner, it means a project has been created for a member to make money. Those who put that together, do you think about what they put into it? There was another competition that will be announcing very soon. Okay, and the client tells us it could be, let's say, $100 million project. When it is done, and we get a winner, you know that the firm that wins has a job, and the fees that may come to them, if they are even taking all inclusive 10%, is $10 million. Those who put it together with a sweat going up and down, do you know what they will get? They may get nothing compared to. So when membership sits and say you are not doing anything for us, you are not, times don't get it. Let me tell you, SAT, when I was honorary secretary, SAT spent a lot of time develop the competition guidelines for clients. That is what the institute is making money from now. So when there was a request for competition, we quickly send the dossier, the guidelines to them. It spells out everything, the entire process, how much has to be paid, among others. Okay, if not the relationship, some of us developed, this rehabilitation would never happen. Because in 2017, we signed a memorandum of agreement. That agreement still runs to use membership to execute projects. And if you are a member and you are assigned to a project, a percentage of that comes to the institute. Okay, so that it can be used to run the activities of the institute. If I tell you, in 2016, we couldn't pay the skeletal staff that we have there from the subscription. how much were we paying at the time? 200, 100 Ghana cedis. And you see, for the institute to say, listen, we are self-sufficient, moving, everything is all right, we need a lot of money. Now we are fighting to make sure that the registration of this property is reversed into the name of the institute. We have to go through some legal process. Okay, because along the line, people slept and left things to whatever we are doing, let's think beyond the now. Anyway, so my friend, don't worry, continue to pay and we'll increase it. Yes, we say, how do we enforce what? Which one? Okay, so you see, we, like I said, this has stayed, and I'm glad you said it is not architects who are advertising, okay, but it's real estate developers, among others. Some of us are friends to them, so please talk to them to do their part. Okay. What we told ARC along the line is that, listen, if we have money, we can support you for you to do the enforcement. We cannot just go as, say, others are even saying it's an association, the Freedom of Association, 1992 Constitution. And I'm like, are you out of your mind? Okay. We rather have to strategize to push the regulator to make sure that instead of the things that they are doing, they prioritize on making sure that they protect the title. And that is their duty, to make sure that the title is protected, to make sure that all those who practice architecture are those on their register. Have you read the Act, the Architects Act? Have you read it? Oh. Please read it. Like, you know, when I became very, very close to the ARC, and it was by accident, okay, when I was the honorary secretary and had to serve on the ARC governing board, and decided to open my eyes, because at the time, GIA was dying. When did you leave school? So, 2019. Oh, okay. So it is. But GIA was, when you take your mind back 10 years ago, 11, 15 years ago, it was, you know. Anyway. Yes, sir.
About the advertisements, since these draftsmen and whatnot, they are online, and obviously you can't eliminate all of them. Why don't you, GIA also allow architects to be online, but it's also regulated, so that, and also we educate the public on how to acquire services, architectural services online. So when they see it, they'll be able to know, okay, this guy is a fraud and this guy is legit.
All right. Okay. You see, I believe in tackling things from a point where you can control. Okay. So I went to 11 regions, and I've been to 11 regions. And I was so disappointed that we are not there. Okay. Greater Accra has 29 assemblies. There are only 6 of us. So the 23 assemblies have no architects in the Greater Accra region. Eastern region has 0. I'm coming to your draftsman. Eastern region has 0. No architect in any of the assemblies in Eastern region. I went to Bono region and I've heard so much about Sunyani, and not a single architect over there. Upper West has a few. Upper East have 1 or 2. Volta, none, because the person is a probationer. Okay, so who approves our designs when we send them to those assemblies? My own hometown, Ibri, which has an assembly, Akuap himself, has no architect at the assembly. The planning guy is not qualified. Okay, he's not qualified because I asked him, we're doing a scheme, a planning scheme to start with. And he was like, oh, bring it, we'll do it, and then you pay about 200. I say, are you a member of the Ghana Institute of Planners? Oh, no, I'm now trying to. You see, he's a technician. Okay, so to control the draftsman, we need to find ourselves there. We need to find ourselves there. And that is where we can come, because without the permit, the development shouldn't go on. And if we are not there, meanwhile we sit in the comfortable of our offices in the big cities and everyone would want to come to Accra. I'm not saying we shouldn't come, but let's find a way, and that is how we can also help in the regulation of the profession. We can help to protect us. You see, we are our own enemies. I spoke with my bankers, was it 2 weeks ago? So you know what, working on something will need some partners. So check your customers, whoever. And then the relationship manager called the next day and said, oh, you know what, there was this company trying to get a head office, and they put out a request for expression of interest, and let me speak with them if they can send it to you. So the next day he sent it to me. I looked at it and I said, our members should not take part in this. Okay. They had 5, they came to me on the 10th. They were to submit on the 15th. The reason I say we are our own enemies, we were to submit on the 15th. So on the 11th, I went to see them, the chief financial officer, who is a contact person, and introduced myself and said, oh, yeah, we sent it to him. And then I said, yeah, unfortunately, you guys are shooting yourself in the foot. Okay. Why didn't you get to the institute to organize this for you? Who are going to adjudicate on this that you've called about 15 architects or 15 firms? And we're like, oh, the CEO, another director, and then myself. I said, are you architects? And no. So you see the beautiful pictures and then you are okay with it. Okay, all right. But what I was, then I said, so we don't know, we should have called the institute. But you know what, we got a call from one of the firms who asked, did we contact the institute? And we said no. So I said to them, I will share with you the the guidelines for clients on competitions. So when I go back to the office, I shared it with them. And I'm going to follow up to see who participated in it. Because our regulations sees it as a misconduct. And they're supposed to report to the institute as soon as they see that two hairs are being put together, because it wouldn't be fair if the institute, if it is not going by the guidelines set by the institute. But you see, you get us, among us, doing the wrong thing, and then we'll use a different mouth to lambast and say, what are you doing for us? Anyway, so on advertisement, my friend, have you... Okay, all right, okay. All right. So one of the caveats, he or she may advertise professional appointment, open or wanted, provided the advertisement is directed only to members of the professions concerned. So yeah, you can advertise within the body. Okay, you can advertise within the body. You are not soliciting outside the body. He or she may respond to an advertisement addressed to members of the profession, inviting them to submit their names or inclusion in a panel or list of names of architects, from which the advertiser may select an architect or architects for a particular project. So if the client came to the institute and the institute put out something, you can go ahead and then do it, provided that in response to such an advertisement does not contravene any other clause of the Code of Conduct of Ghana Institute of Architects Regulation for the conduct of architectural design competition. So all these are things you can do which will not frown on you advertising. A registered architect may allow signed illustrations and descriptions of his work to be published in the press, but he shall not, or she shall not, give monetary consideration for such insertion. So you can go to graphic and say, listen, put this on your front page or center page or whatever. But if graphic go on their way to cite your building and write on your building and publish something interesting on your building, it is not you that they are advertising. Yes, sir.
What if graphic comes to me that, oh, they've seen this building that I did, which they think it's something worth publishing, and they want me to write like something to back that up? What do I do? Do I inform GIA, or I can't just give it, knowing that I did?
Are you paying for it? So it says, shall not give monetary consideration for such insertion. So provided you are not, but if later on it is found that you paid, you Nicodemously paid something, then you are frowned. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. So in the case where you are not getting any, or you didn't give any monetary consideration, but it just so happens the editor or someone is your friend, so he's helping you promote your business by talking about stuff that you are involved in.
So you are friends with the editor. You want to try? Yeah,
Okay, so what I want to say is if you can prove that there is no conflict of interest, that is not because of your friendship with the person, then I think it's fine. But if it is because of that friendship that the editor is writing about your project, then that's when it becomes a problem.
Any other? So you see, you may induce that action. So if it is not because of the relationship, but the editor between him or her and God knows that. Okay. All right. Any other? So a registered architect may sign his buildings and may exhibit his name outside his office and on a building in the course of construction, alteration, or extension, provided that it is done in an unostentatious manner and the lettering does not exceed 75 millimeter in height. So you go to projects and there are project boards advertising the firm, but if the board is like from here to the end of the gate, then it becomes something else. Okay, and I think these days they are, because you just go across and a whole mile a whole mile is in your face. I won't add what is happening.
About the 75 mm, ALC also has this in their. ALC also have a similar one, but I don't think it's 75. I think it's 600 mm.
You know 600 mm?
Yes.
Who has a tape? 600 mm.
Yeah, like a towel. Yeah.
That's the what?
Like the difference.
The height of the lettering.
Yes.
Oh. Then it will be from here to Tamale.
Because I know they have a different figure from the 75.
You're talking about the height, the font height.
Yes, that's the font height I'm also talking about.
And is this?
Yeah. Oh.
So let me ask, what is your name?
Ni Kwate Kwate.
Okay, so you have Ni Kwate Kwate Architects.
Yes.
And you are going to have a plate in front of your office. And the height of N is 600 millimeters. By the time you get to the architects.
Now this thing
no. Maybe you have to read it well. Okay. In this document, I mean, when we go through, you will see I've put the 75 in parentheses because I saw 50 millimeters somewhere. Talking about the height, if you have a tape, like we'll show you 75 millimeters. Say, have a break, have a wall, a block. Okay. So this will be what? About 125, huh? Yes. So 75 will be somewhere there. And that is even too big, oh. Yes, sir.
So, with what Ni is saying, I think, so if ARC is also around, let's say, 65 or 50, and then we actually have to take someone on because of this, then as an architect, like, where do we stand? Because ARC is more of like a governing body for GIA, and then what they are saying is also a bit different from.
I think we'll have to reconcile with that. We'll have to reconcile. But it shouldn't be said that if you are standing at Tema Station, you will see the sign here. Okay. When the building is done, is completed, and the owner puts the name of his company there, he's advertising his company, not you. So if it is big, no one cares. Okay. So like you go to the airport city, now it's Telecel. Telecel has their name up there. When you stand at Akwaje on the Stanchard building, you may be able to see Telecel. They are not advertising the architect. They are advertising their company. So that branding is different from your branding. Any other? Okay. How? Supplanting other architects. Who can, this one there, I'm sure you guys have been doing PPs, so you should be able to. My friend, what was the name?
Kofi.
Kofi what?
Isaac
Kofi, okay. So, 1, 2, 3.
Supplanting means maybe taking the place of others. Like taking the place of others. So an architect shouldn't take the place of another architect. So for instance, if somebody has been given the job to do for, let's say, 2 cities, another architect shouldn't come and quote 1 city 90 pesos to take their job. That would be supplanting.
Thank you. Who else?
I would say that supplanting also could be when another architect has done a design and then you go and tell the clients that, oh, I can do a better design than this person. And then you use that to get the other person's job. That could also be supplanting.
I think they've said what supplanting is basically. So, like she said, if you are undercutting another architect just to get something that was meant to come to them, or if you're undercharging a project so you get that project instead of the other architect, those are what we term as supplanting.
You also want to add something?
I actually don't have anything to add.
They said everything.
Yes, they have.
All right, okay. So, what do you have to do if a client calls you and says, we want to do this project, and you go there, and then you're not surprised, but you realize that something is very different, and what will you do?
Can you come again? I didn't hear what you said. You were walking away, so I didn't hear.
All right, okay. So a client comes to you, wants you to work on a project, and then you realize that another architect had worked on it. What would you do?
So I would actually reach out to the architect who previously worked on the project to have a brief of what exactly he or she has done concerning the project. And first of all, to know maybe from talking to the architect, I would know the main reason why the client is actually looking for someone else to do the projects so that I don't go against the code.
Okay. By not requesting to know more from the client about who the original architect was and or is, and if there are any outstanding obligations that have not been resolved. Okay, if you don't do that and you go ahead to take the job, it means you've supplanted your own colleague. Yes, sir.
Sorry, so these days there are a lot of fishing around where people come to you, they go to another person just to compare costs, right? So from what I'm hearing, are you saying that once I'm approached by a client, I should ask whether or not an architect has been or tried the project, and if they've already engaged someone and then the level at which they've got into? Is that what we are?
Yes. You see, as much as they would want to compare, it may not even be the cost alone that they would want to compare. It may go beyond that. You definitely would want to find out from him or her whether somebody has already been engaged, and if yes, what happened with our relationship. Okay. At times they may not tell you exactly what happened, but once you are aware that somebody, another architect, has already been engaged, you would want to get the details of that person and find out from that person. And you may go a step further by coming to the institute to say, oh, I've been invited to work on this. However,
recording in progress.
However, I understand this architect was on it, but I'm not getting enough information from the client. So can you guys help me to unravel this so that I know I'm working on a clean slate? You see, it's to protect all of us. Okay, we should all believe in the fact that we all have to live. We all have to live. Okay, it shouldn't be wealth created for a few. It should be wealth created for all.
A follow-up to that. So if I ask my client and then this client, I don't know what happened between them, but fails to tell me, but then I know that there was an architect on the project, what would you advise me as a new?
All right, okay. So, like I said, you come to the institute, say this project, you can mention the client's name if you have details, then the institute can follow up to know whatever happened on it, and then advise you accordingly on the way forward. You can also get some details if you know the location of the project and you know that maybe they are at the post-contract stage, then they should definitely have a permit. So you can find out from the assembly and get details and then follow up from there. Yes.
Thank you very much. So I think I asked this question the last time, and Actor Tony answered that in case you find out that the person that was on the project before was not a registered architect, like a draftsman, you can go ahead and take on the project. But in this case, what if it's a probationer?
The person is a probationer. The probationer, has a probationer got license to stamp? It doesn't have license to stamp. And so the client is taking it from the probationer. Oh, the project is coming to a registered architect to handle. It's a probationer, and the probationer has issues with the client or no issue, one or reason or the other. Okay, so personally, I would let the probationer be part of the process, so that it will also build his or her confidence, among other things. I will not throw the probationer away like that. All right, so conflict of official and private interest. A registered architect employed as a full-time salaried or official architect by a central or local government or by a statutory undertaking, and who is by reason of his or her office in a position to grant or influence the granting of any form of statutory or other approval, must not undertake private work, notwithstanding any permission from his employing authority to do so, unless he or she is satisfied that he or her position and action in that matter or in the matter will be free from any suspicion or suggestion of abuse. I think somebody did say something on this. So we are clear. That's Vincent.
Okay, about the supplanting.
Have you supplanted?
I don't do that. Okay, so we are living in a country where what I'm saying is the reality. Supplanting is the order of the day. In fact, people believe that if they don't supplant the other brother, they will not get what they are supposed to eat. In fact, so it has become normal. I've heard most of them. Even those of us in this room right now say, we will live here and some people will supplant people just from here. And it's just like the policeman telling you, don't cross the red light, yet people cross the red light. The policeman arrests you, don't cross, then you go and cross the next red light again. So what do you tell us in this room as we are hearing this on projector? Most of us, we don't do it, even though we know it's there. We don't do it. It's just a pastor telling us we shouldn't go and sin. Yet we leave the church and we still sin. A lot of us believe that if you don't supplant somebody, they won't eat. And it's the order of the day in this country, actually.
All right. Thank you for the submission. You see, when you are supplanted, you need to take action. Okay? When you take action, things wouldn't happen again. It is when we leave it. And I always would want to give example from my own experience. Okay. In 2019, I was approached to submit our profile for a tender. I did submit and well documented. Then kept on following. I mean, got a feedback. Oh, yeah, hope we win. Okay. Then along the line, I was not hearing anything. Then I was called to attend a meeting. And it was at a meeting that I heard that, oh, the project they've started. Meant that we had been replaced. Okay. If we're told from those who requested for our profile that we're replacing you, maybe it would have been better than to go and hear it elsewhere. So we took it up. We took legal action against them. And we've got settlement. Okay. Do you think next time they will do that to another person, even if they wouldn't engage us for another project? They will not do that to another person. You see, so if you sit down and be supplanted and you don't do anything about it, it may not happen to you again, but it may happen to others, or it will happen to almost everybody.
Yes, I have a follow-up question to what the example you just gave. The action that you took, was it against the client or the architect or both of them?
the client. It was against whoever came for my profile to be part of the tender. Okay, so the client has a job. The client has invited bids, and people put things together. So you have us on your profile, you win the job and you ditch us, and you want to go scot-free? No. So take action against you. Next time, you will not do the same thing too. Eh? You say, what if it's in a competition? In what sense? You let her answer.
Thank you. So, what if you are a probationer and you are supplanted by a qualified architect? What do you do?
You are a probationer. You are a probationer and you've been supplanted. But I thought she asked that, and I said, an architect is supplanted, but it's the same thing. Oh, but that's all. Yeah, it's the same thing. You see, what I said was that I will rather bring the probationer on board the project and then groom him or her along. We'll find a way. No, we'll find a way. You see, if it is designing, then it is very easy to wrap things around, because you are doing it not in the presence of the client, but in your setting. It is for you not to bring the probationer in contact with the client, so you can do that. What it means is, when there is post-contract administration, you would want to limit the probationer to the activities that will not bring him or her into close contact with the clients. Yeah, you were talking about competition. No, so what's your name? Ofosu Kwache. Okay, so Ofosu Kwache has a company. Ofosu Kwache is bidding for a job. Ofosu Kwache came to Foster and said, "Oh, Foster, you know what? You have a rich CV. I want it to tender for this job." And then Ofosu Kwache gets the job and never told me anything, and then went working on it. Okay, sideline me. And I said, Ofosu Kwache, you pay through your nose. So you see, I took legal action against you and you paid through. Okay, so the next one is dispute. In all cases of dispute between a building owner and a contractor, a registered architect must act in an impartial manner. He must interpret the conditions of a contract with entire fairness as between the building owner and the contractor. You see, we act for the client. And we use conditions of the contract to administer the project. So when there was a dispute between the client, it may be on, and the disputes are always on money. You must be fair, where you know that the contractor has done what it takes, gone through, used the right specification among others, and you know there was a change order and you've taken it through the process. Please insist that yeah, what he's claiming is right. Okay, don't go and think, oh, the client will give you some, no. And it's vice versa. Okay, when the contractor has not done the right thing, reprimand him or her. Okay, tell the client, no, this I don't think is right. So be fair in all cases. A registered architect must not permit the insertion of any clause in the tenders, bill of quantities, or other documents which will provide for payment to be made to him by the contractor, whatever may be the consideration, unless with a full knowledge and approval of the employer. I'm sure we've all seen tender documents. We've seen bill of quantities. You use the conditions of the contract, bill of quantities, to pay the contractor having executed the works. You don't go and agree with, oh, let me increase this, and then you give it to me by the side. Remember, supposed to be what? Whatever you are paid, you should be happy with it. I'm not saying go and charge that you cannot even buy water, or what's it called? This Ghana month, when over the weekend, Joy FM went to camping. You charge low that you cannot even save and go for that camping. No. Charge well. And when you charge low, then you will be finding other means to sustain you. You are saying no, don't do that. Because when you do that, you are compromising yourself. A registered architect, listen to this and listen to this carefully. So we all do this. And at the end of the day, we say, yeah, and the client is not paying me. And you say, a registered architect shall not submit plans for any project without formal contract of engagement or letter of commission, except in response to competitions authorized by the GIA. So don't, they call you, oh, can you do a 2-bedroom, and then quickly you do it, and if they are not paying you without any letter of engagement, if they are not paying you, then you are complaining. Please, don't do it. If they don't send anything, you send something to them, and let them confirm that you can go ahead and then do it. Okay, so the next one is competition. It says a registered architect should not take part in an architectural competition, in respect of which a preliminary warning of the Ghana Institute of Architects has been issued, and must not take part in the competition in respect of which the Council of the Ghana Institute of Architects shall have declared by resolution that members and students must not take part because the conditions are not in accordance to the published regulations of the Ghana Institute of Architects for architectural competitions, nor must he be associated in any way with the carrying out of a design selected as a result of a competition in respect of which the Council of the Ghana Institute of Architects have declared by resolution that members and students must not take part. A registered architect asked to take part in a limited competition must at once notify the Secretary of GIA submitting particulars of the competition. This is to protect us, but we see that almost everyone is flouting this. And at the end of the day, they bend their fingers and then end up complaining. We've done this, and then we are not getting anything. Please, it's to the interest of all of us to make sure that whatever, because you see, you spend money, even the sitting down alone, it's money. So use your time where for anything that will give you money. It's not everything that you would want to chase. And when you bring it to the institute, you see that you meet all the conditions. At the end of the day, the scheme that comes out is a scheme that the winner can even be proud of, and every competitor will gain something from it. But in a situation where the unknowledgeable client in architecture would adjudicate the work, how does he tell a good design from a bad design? It may be relationship. Okay, I got a call. It's interesting. I got a call from a contractor, friend of mine. He said, "Oh, you know what? We've done some submissions for requests for expression of interest, and they requested for concept design, and they've set up a panel to adjudicate. And I hear there was an architect on the team. So since we are friends, can you find out the architect on that team, so you introduce us to him as a friend?" You see, and some of these things, maybe they don't know, but so what did they expect me to do? Well, I went ahead and looked for the architect, okay? And then I called the architect and I told him, "Understand you are on this project. You are to review this project as one of the panel members. I have interest in it, and my interest is the report. When you are done, I want you guys to give us the report so that we use it as case studies at the institute." And then he said, "Okay, yeah, we'll give you the report." Then I was here at the institute. I'd come to check on the staff and also to prepare some letters. Then I got a call from the employer that, "Oh, you know what, we are doing this, and the architect says he cannot take any decision unless the president of the institute comes to say, yeah, we can go ahead and do it." And this is not a secret. It's Office of the Registrar of Companies. So I called the administrator. We went there, and then the panel was there. Apparently, they had requested for technical and financial proposals, including concept design. And the concept design, they have construction companies and architectural firms submitting. In the first place, architectural firm, once you see a construction company, you don't have to be part of it. Okay. So I said, "Madam, you are a legal brain and you register companies. You've registered companies that are practicing architecture, and you've registered others that are doing construction. You cannot put the two together." Okay. And then the argument was like, "Oh no, but we have architects on the construction companies." So yeah, but they are individual, they can be employees, but legally the firm or the company has not been registered to practice architecture. Are you listening? So it means that you shouldn't have even gone this way. They agreed eventually. And what they were going to do, they were going to call the competitors to come and present the works whilst they grade them, which we don't do when we are adjudicating work, because it has to be fair. So we shouldn't know who is submitting what until it is done, and then we unveil the schemes. Okay. Eventually, they decided they were not going to go through that process again. They were going to cancel and then restart and invite architects. But you see, our own people took part in this. And when I go and say it, I'm the bad person. Okay. So please, let's protect ourselves. Okay. You talked about what, say it again. You said we are not doing anything for you. All right. So, yeah, you have something to say. Okay.
Please, concerning the competitions, there are some competitions that are organized online, or maybe you see something online or a chance on a competition somewhere that is not really related to GIA or geographical region. So what do you do about that if you want to take part?
All right. You see, if I see a competition online, I would want to know who is organizing it, whether it is authentic, whether they meet certain conditions, they will be fair to adjudication, among others. I will be interested in competitions that have been put out by International Union of Architects, Commonwealth Association of Architects, and there was this other group, is it Breeders, who also organize competitions. You first would have to look at the conditions, and especially when it's outside the jurisdiction. If the project is outside Ghana, we don't have any jurisdiction over that. But if it is internal and it is even done online, you would want to question who the organizers are and whether you will not be wasting your time or not. And when you see certain things, you can just report to the institute. Want to check whether you are aware of this, whether it meets your conditions, and whether we should go ahead and take part in it. Any other? All right, so I think the last here on the regulation is copy. This is the code of conduct. It's copyright. It says, in accordance with the provisions of the Copyright Act, of all drawings and works executed from them shall remain, of the copyright law, all drawings and works executed from them shall remain the property of the architect unless otherwise agreed. Okay, talking about intellectual property. So that intellectual property first and foremost belongs to you. What clients have been saying now is, oh, but we've paid for it. How do they pay for it? You see, they paid for a project for a specific site. Okay, so you've given that to them. It doesn't mean they have the copyright. So when they want to repeat that design on another site, it can even be the adjoining site, they have to come into a separate agreement with you because you own that copyright. They cannot take it and then run away with it. Okay, so please, let's understand that we design to site and we are always specific. So if it says, this is the location, this is the location. If it moves even an inch, the dynamics changes. All right, so I think this brings us to the end of the Constitution and Code of Conduct. Let's stretch our legs and maybe grab some water to drink, and then we'll come back after how many seconds? Say it again.
No, I can't see.
Okay. We want to leave here by 4. Okay. Can we stretch for some 30 minutes and come back by 2? Yeah. Okay. This time there wouldn't be any rain. There wouldn't be any traffic. So let's stretch for 30 minutes. Oh, you said 45 minutes. Okay, yeah, 45 minutes. So, or if you want to come by 2:30, then we'll rush through it. All right, thank you. Are we all here? Yaira, where's Yaira? And then Dako Clement Kusi is also, and then Emmanuel Otute, Abdul Rauf, Morty, Elsie Kwesi, Anwar Messi. Is Anwar Messi here?
President.
President. Oh,
Present.
Who is present?
No, I'm Messi Daniel.
Oh, Messi Daniel. Okay, let me mark you here. So were you here in the morning?
No, I'm having some health issues, so I've just been following since morning online.
Okay, we wish you speedy recovery. Did you say health issues or money issues?
Oh, health issues.
Okay, we wish you speedy recovery.
Thank you.
Ofori an example for Prempe. Osman Rabi. All right, okay. All right, so we'll be dealing with the GIA regulations and then the bylaws. These have been teased from the Constitution. So the regulations are made by the Council of the Ghana Institute of Architects under powers conferred upon it by the Constitution of the Ghana Institute of Architects. So the first one is who qualifies to be an architect. Who qualifies to be an architect? And it says subject to provision of paragraph 1.02 of these regulations, a person is entitled to apply for membership of the Ghana Institute of Architects on paying of the prescribed fees if he is 1. A person who has passed the qualifying examination of the institute or institutions, the courses of which are prescribed and approved by the council, or is a person who has passed the qualifying exams of any society or any other institute or any association of equivalent status recognized and approved by the Council of the Ghana Institute of Architects. We, so Sir David Ajay when he came in 2017, applied to the institute, filled the same form that anyone has to fill. We had to verify his credentials, although in the media we know. And then I think in April, I've forgotten whether it was 24th or whatever, 2018, we gave him membership as an associate member of the institute. There are others that we prepare them for limited examination, so they go through the limited examination. But in all cases, we check to make sure that what you are bringing meets the standard that we require. We don't just pick anything like that. So in Ghana, if you went to Central or you went to KNUST after after your second degree, then that is a prerequisite for entering into the institute. Whereas with Central, because they run a five-year straight program, they enter after the BAC. However, they cannot take the exams until they've done a minimum of 3-year practical training with the office. So we have architectural firms too, and it's saying subject to the provisions of paragraph 2.03. You see, the interesting thing is some of these things when you are reading, you'll be reading paragraph or article 1, and it's referring you to the article that you haven't read. That's article. So you may have to be going back and forth to make sense out of the whole thing. So subject to paragraph 2.03 of these regulations, any firm, corporate entity, or partnership is entitled to apply for registration as an architectural firm on the payment of the prescribed fee if, and see, number 1, its object include the practice of architecture. I mentioned it in the morning. If the objective is not practice of architecture, you have no business coming here to be registered. And then in the case of corporate bodies, the majority of the directors are members of the Ghana Institute of with 5 years of minimum post-qualification experience. And then in the case of group practice, the majority of the partners are members of the Ghana Institute of Architects or of the professional bodies of the disciplines of engineering, quantity surveying, physical planning, building, and whatever. So, but in all this, there was a caveat. Okay, it also talks about international practice operating in Ghana. Such a company should seek registration with the institute and also establish an association with a local architectural firm. So that the 2 talks about 2.0 downwards, talks about disqualification, who cannot. And it is saying that no person shall be registered as an architect unless he or she has become resident in Ghana for a period of not more than 6 months, or attained the age of 21 years and paid the prescribed fees. Or 2, if it's not been adjourned by a court of competent jurisdiction of being of unsound mind or convicted by any court among others. However, notwithstanding this, it is saying a non-resident or a firm being otherwise qualified may make a special application for temporary registration. And temporary registration, it comes with a project, and if it is temporary, it has to be temporary. And once the project is over, it is over, and that registration is void or becomes void. says no firm shall be registered as an architectural firm if it is not authorized by its objects to carry on the business of architecture. So when I tell the registrar of companies that you've registered this company as a construction company but not as architectural firm, so he cannot undertake architectural business, I'm right. And as a lawyer, she should have known. That's why when she realized it, she pulled back and said, wait a minute, I'm not going to continue. I will revert to what the law says. Any questions? Any comments? All right, so registration of architects and architectural firms, that's Article 3. It said the council shall keep a register of architects in which the name of every person immediately on his or her being accepted for membership by the council shall be registered, showing against his name such particulars that the council may from time to time deem necessary. So one of the key things is the registration number, which is unique for everyone. We don't repeat the registration number. So I'm 495. I think we are in the thousands now. It's, no one is 495. When God calls me, I go with it. No one will be 495. So the council will also keep a register of architectural firms in which the names of every firm immediately on being accepted for registration by the council shall be registered, showing against its name the name of the partners in the case of partnership or directors in the case of corporate bodies, their professional qualification, and such particulars as the council may from time to time deem necessary. And in this case, to the firms to have registered numbers. My firm is 165, and no other firm will have that. And that's how it's supposed to be. So when you have like 1,051 or 1,325, it is your number. There is no other person's number. And you don't have to use that. No one can sign on that unless you authorize them. But you can only authorize on the firm, not the individual. No one can sign on your behalf using your personal stamp. When they formed the institute, they felt the need to have, every organization needs employees. So they had a structure where the registrar is the head of the staff. And the registrar is supposed to be an architect. So among its membership, the council shall appoint a registrar who shall hold office for a period of 2 years from the date of his or her appointment. For some time now, we've not had a registrar, and with the rebirthing of ARC, people have been asking whether we should maintain the designation registrar or move away from it, because people tend to say, okay, registrar, so is it ARC? Like somebody asks whether I was talking about ARC or I was talking about GIA. Yeah, but that's it. I think it is good to serve the institute. Like I said, it's not everybody that can practice. So let's look at the other objects of the institute, and let's see how we can put ourselves in there. It is not everybody who can set up a firm. It is challenging to run a firm, and if you don't have the heart, but I encourage you at this stage to come together and do your thing instead of being in your own corner and chopping all the money. Spread it. The registrar shall be responsible for the upkeep of the registers in the form prescribed by the resolution of the council, and he or she shall be responsible for the entries therein and shall act on such directions as may be given by the council in relation to the entry and removal of any name in or from the registers. So your name can be removed, and we'll go through things that will trigger the removal of your name and its reinstatement. So the registrar shall prepare a list of registered architects and architectural firms by the 31st December of each year, and the council shall submit the said list to the registrar of companies or the registrar general or office of the registrar of companies before the 31st of the following January. You see, this is in the law. This is in the NRCD 143, the Professional Bodies Registration Act that you read, and we have to comply with it. You see, when we don't read, it doesn't help anybody. I remember the immediate past Honorary Secretary issued a letter based on this. Issued a letter asking people to pay their subscription. And one of us took the institute to court. Okay. That it is not compulsory. You don't have to compel people to be part of the institute. Are we out of our minds? Then why did you decide to go to the university to train to become an architect if you don't want to toe the line? But we are obliged or compelled by law to make sure that we submit the register of architects to the Registrar General's Department. There has been some reform. So the Registrar General's Department has now been divided into two. We have the Registrar General, and then we have the Office of the Registrar of Companies. So the Office of the Registrar of Companies takes care of businesses, including professional bodies, among others. And the Registrar General Department does the other things like marriage and all the other things that has got to do with registration. And now their law says that the professional bodies, for their members to be in good standing, each year when we are submitting the list of those in good standing, should pay 30 Ghana cedis per each. You've opened your eyes. And what it means is if we don't submit, you may be in good standing with the institute, you would have paid your ARC, whatever. But if the institute does not submit, means that when there are government projects and they require the Office of the Registrar Generals to confirm whether the professional is in good standing, means we faulted. Okay. So it pays to understand some of these things. It pays for you to follow. So you see, our financial year starts, and I'm talking about Ghana, starts on the 1st of January and ends on the 31st of December. Okay. What it means is when we talk about good standing, It means by a minute to the midnight of 31st December, your membership will be lapsing. By 1st January, if you haven't paid, it means you are not in good standing. That's what the law means. Okay, the implication is that we are supposed to be in good standing in advance of the of the upcoming year. Any comment? All right. So striking off and cancellation of registration. Subject to the provisions of paragraph 16 or article 6 or article 6.00 of this regulation, the council may strike off the register of architects the name of an architect if satisfied that he or she is unfit to practice the profession of architecture by reason that he or she has been guilty of professional misconduct or has become subject to any disqualification mentioned in subparagraph 2.01, that's 9A, B, and C of paragraph 2 of this regulation. Then it says the council may strike off the register of architects the name of an architect if the prescribed fee remain unpaid for a period exceeding 6 months after due demand. Okay. So for us to say you owe, you are not in good standing, means we should issue an invoice to you in person, not sending general letter to membership that come and pay. Should be you. So when you don't pay after 6 months, say strike of the name. Yes, sir.
Please, we know that if you are registering a company, you have to register with the Registrar General. So if you register the firm here, do you still have to go to the Registrar General to register it, or that's all?
All right. So the requirement for registering an architectural firm is, think you have to be practicing for a certain period of time. Once you are qualified, you register with the Registrar General, now the Office of the Registrar of Companies. When you've registered with them and you do your application here, you attach a copy of the registration that you've done with them. So you register with them before you come here. Have you registered any firm? Okay. Yeah.
With the striking of the or cancellation of the registration, let's say you don't pay your subscription because maybe you're for 6 months. Let's say you're not in the country. When you're back, are you supposed to pay whatever that you haven't been paid? Let's say 5 years you're out of the country.
Okay, all right, it's okay. All right, so we call something communication. You let the institute know your situation. So I'm traveling. I'm going to be out of the country for the next 5 years. I'll not be practicing here. Put my membership on hold. Once you have that communication, the institute will put your membership on hold. When you are returning, you write, I've come back, I would want to. Then you pay not for when you were on hold, but you pay the current one. However, if you do not inform them, it will be running. So when you come, you have to pay all the arrears, including penalty. We granted an amnesty, was it last year? And said we are scrapping up to certain years and we're to pay from 2022. Okay, but that is not always the case. So communicate, and whenever you are communicating with the institute, what identifies you is your registered number. The names can be similar, but the registration numbers are unique. So you always have to have your registration number in parentheses. So after your name, you put in brackets your registration number. So we are still on striking off and cancellation of registration. You say a person whose name has been struck off the register under sub-paragraph 5.01 of this part may have his name restored if the council is satisfied that he has become subsequently a fit and proper person to practice the profession of architecture on the settlement of such penalties as may be decided by the council. So you are making money elsewhere. You come and you didn't inform and you made all the money and you've kept the money. No, bring some. So the council may strike off the register 5.04 of the architectural firms the name of a firm which has become subject of any disqualification mentioned in subparagraph 2.03 A, B, and C, and of paragraph 2.0 of this regulation, or if the prescribed fees remain unpaid for a period exceeding 6 months. So you see, there's always that 6 months period. That worst case, you can write within the 6 months. A firm whose name has been struck off the register of architectural firms under paragraph 5.0 may have its name restored if the council is satisfied that it subsequently ceases to be a subject of said disqualification on settlement of such penalties, among others. What do you think we should add to this clauses when we are amending it? Madam, you change your sitting position.
I don't really think you should add anything to this clause.
I think you should add it. Okay. All right. He doesn't want us to add anything. Okay. So inquiries by disciplinary committees. You see, we cannot just wake up and strike off the names. It has to go through certain procedures. So we're saying the name of a person or firm shall not be struck off the register unless a disciplinary committee has, after due inquiry, made a report person or firm concerned has been guilty of professional misconduct or is otherwise disqualified under the provisions of paragraph 1.01 of these regulations. Otherwise, if I don't like you, so yeah, I'm the president, I strike off her name. No, it doesn't work like that. Have a committee and they take it through the due process. For all you know, he or she wrote and somebody kept the letter. So if she can also prove that, yeah, I wrote this is the letter I wrote. I mailed it through this. And these days, because of the email, you can always trace. Even those times that we post the letters, postmark, when the post office stamped, so you have their stamp on the stamp that you have. Did we all post letters? So we never wrote letters. Oh, you miss it. Those times you either use a postcard, as if you want to send a quick one, get a postcard, and that one less worse. But if you want to write, look for a better envelope, and then they have interesting writing parts. So many different, so depending on where the letter is going. All right, 6.02, where the council has reasonable cause to believe, whether upon complaint made to it or otherwise, that any person or firm who or which is a registered architect or firm has been guilty of professional misconduct, the council may appoint an investigative committee for the purpose of holding an inquiry into the conduct of the person's firm. Or so you see, you have the disciplinary committee and you have the investigative committee. There was this case that ARC was asked to, they jumped the gun. They instead of setting up an investigative committee first to get the findings before the disciplinary committee comes, they started with disciplining the entity. And then the entity was peeved and sent it to court. And courts advised ARC, go back, put your, because your bylaws says, or your regulation says, you first have to investigate. And once you investigate and you have findings, it's not the same investigative body that will punish the person. They will recommend, and then you take it to the disciplinary committee for them to. The Constitution and powers, that's 6.03, and the procedure to be followed by the disciplinary committee appointed under this paragraph shall comply with the requirement of the regulations of the professional body's registration instrument. So you go to the Professional Bodies Act, and you see how do we do some of these things. You don't do it in just wake up one morning. No. Then suspension. So we can strike your name off, or you can be suspended. So the council may, in lieu of exercising its powers under paragraph 5.00 of this regulation, suspend the person or firm concerned from membership of the institute for such a period as the council may deem fit. So when you are suspended, it means that you cannot practice for that period. You see, the lawyers, they suspend them, so it means you can't go to court. So for architects, yeah.
So say, after you've suspended the person and the person can't practice, what happens to projects that they are on during that time?
All right, so if it is an individual that is working on a project, then it has to be annexed to a competent, I'm saying competent because the person has been suspended due to certain, So the institute steps in so the project doesn't suffer. So if it's a firm, to the same thing. If it is a firm, it may be, if it is an individual that is fronting the project in the firm, then it's that individual that is suspended. But if the whole firm has been suspended, then the institute would have to step in to put the necessary things in place. Yes.
Yes, please. So what if they suspend the firm and there are individual architects in the firm? Can they practice outside of the firm?
Who signed the contract or the architect client agreement or the consultant? I'm asking you a question. You've asked me a question, so I'm asking you. You said a principal architect. Okay, so when I say sign, I don't mean who appended. The principal architect appended his or her signature on behalf of the firm. So when you talk about the architect on the project, it is the firm, not the individual. So when the firm has been suspended, who are you to carry on because you're an architect working? You don't have any obligation on the project. It's the firm that has an obligation with a client. So it has to be looked into. And then if there was a need, and more often than not, you see that either another firm also will be annexed onto it so that the employees or the staff or even the firm does not suffer unduly.
Not necessarily that same projects, but on individual projects or smaller projects. Your whole, for instance, maybe I work with a firm that has been penalized, so the entire firm you cannot practice, but individually there are architects within who have their other smaller projects.
Okay, so the projects, are they projects in the name of the firm, or they are projects? No, but if they are your personal projects, who cares? All right. So the next is meaning of professional misconduct. What would you do for us to say that you have professionally misconducted yourself? Okay. So it says, if allowing any other person to practice in his name as an architect, unless such person is also an architect and is in partnership with or employed by him. So like I said earlier, no one can use your stamp to practice as an individual. However, if you work in a firm, the firm can authorize you to sign on behalf of the firm. That is not a misconduct. Or if you enter into corporate entity or partnership with any person other than an architect or person practicing any of the disciplines as set out in the article or section 2.01 of the Constitution, or securing by means which are not open to an architect or any professional business. So if you enter into any corporate entity or partnership with any other person other than an architect, and or person practicing any other discipline. Okay, can someone tell us what we have in the Constitution 2.01? And these are the disciplines that project management and all the other construction management, manufacturers, representatives, among others. C, entering into corporate entity or partnership with any company purporting to be an architectural firm. So you know they are not registered. You see, we do so many things. I worked, it was an internship, second year, and in an office. And what did I know? Nothing. Okay. And I saw that the architect, after his name, has written MGIA. So I asked him, what is MGIA? And he said, member, Ghana Institute of Architects. He said, well, I didn't go there after the listen. That was later that I got to know that he wasn't in good standing. He was not paying a subscription. So you see, if you partner with such a person, say each of the following acts or mission on the part of an actor shall constitute professional misconduct. That's holding or assuming or consciously accepting a position in which the interest of the architect is in conflict with his professional duty. It is professional misconduct. And then accepting any remuneration other than professional fees, contract sum or salary payable by the employer from any source in connection with the works and duties entrusted to him when acting in his or her professional capacity as an architectural consultant. Yes.
The first time I forgot to ask this question, but since it has come again, and with the salaries, is there a way that GIA is trying to maybe enforce that bosses pay us according to what the fees that have come? Yeah, I just want to know. Are there any approaches from GIA to enforce that our employers are paying us what we are due? Because now, especially when there's not much work and then everyone is looking for ends meet. So is there a way the professional body is helping?
All right. So it's something we've been discussing as council over time. We're trying to find a way around. Like somebody will say, can we have basic salary for, let's say, an entry level after this number of years served this, and that it becomes a bit challenging to pin certain things down. The reason being the way the job market is becoming now, more especially with the procurement system. Believe that if that is changed, then maybe things will be better. So it's not something that we've relegated to the background. I think along the line we'll find solutions to it. I mean, some of us think that at least the basic thing, okay, I mean, there should be a bit, like we have the scale of fees, which is the minimum. If there was something like that, it will help.
There was a case where a friend architect, he's a chartered architect, and he was asked by his family head. You know, they have their family house, but it's almost not in good standing. So they want him to redesign the whole thing, and then make sure that it's the way the architect has been rich. And he's now a rich man. So they asked him to design for the family. In this case, I don't know how he's going to be considered. Now he is an architect. He is in the family, a family member. And the head asked him to design a new building for the family house, and it's the family house. So is he going to also fall this? And if he design without charging them, this is a point. Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. You see, no. Let us understand that we can do social good, and we have to do that. You may want to do certain things on pro bono. That's if it is social good. But not when you know that the client can pay. I remember when I was at your level, well, I had PPs, and I told one of my clients that, yeah, now I'm not qualified, but if you don't pay me anything, or if you don't pay me well, you are the same person who years down the line, you'll see me and I don't have anything, and you say, look at that useless architect. Okay, so pay me well. Okay, we should do good. We should do good to mankind, to society. You are in a family. For all you know, you are the only architect in a family, and you don't want to support them. You know, you say, if they cannot, they can pay. If they can pay, what is your contribution to the family?
Cases. What about if you are using electricity? Your office, they have to pay for that.
Yes. Okay. So you see, I don't know whether you've been taught when it comes to the architects and the practice, but we have the fees, and we have out-of-pocket expenses. We have reimbursables. Okay. But I'm sure now, if somebody says do 2 bed, how much will you charge for a 2 bedroom? You tell me. Tell me.
Oh, it depends on the scale of the 2 bedroom. Me personally, I think it's confidential. Well, as a probationer or
recording in progress.
Well, it's difficult, honestly. It's difficult.
Yes. You know, he's on social media, and he's advertising as an architect for educational purpose. He's on social media, and where have you pushed it to? All your handles. Okay, so you tell us. Can you show, maybe we project what and then you tell us how much you are charging for that. You don't want it projected. But who can volunteer to tell me what he will? But it will be interesting to know that design, how much you charge, and then I'll tell you something. He has worked on it before. Who has worked on it before? Who this one? Yeah, that one.
Aaron. What's your name? Okay, let's see. So what is the scheme? So it's a two. Yes. Okay, so at the time I charged 15,000. Yes.
So he charged 15,000. And how much did it cost you to print?
I think at the time it was not up to 2,000, but it was maybe 1,500 there, but I don't remember exactly how much. Oh, about a month. Considering the fact that I did everything, yes, it was. But maybe based on what we were taught yesterday, if I'm looking at all of that, I'm not sure.
You see, so he took 15,000. He felt it was okay. He did not factor in the electricity he used. He did not factor in the communication, the phone calls he made. He did not factor in the printing. And the printing may not even be the final printing, depending on how you design. Okay. If you are like me, who would print and then design long and then you will spend more. Okay. So the fee is the fee. And then you add the reimbursables, the out-of-pocket expense. Yeah. So back to your question. You may do it pro bono for them, and that's your professional service. However, anything out of pocket, they will have to pay. So your contribution to the family will be that you are designing, you are offering your professional services to them. But the printing, anything that you are taking money from. For all you know, if all the family members are contributing, your design fee will be more than what most of them will contribute. So as much as you do pro bono, you still have to look at the cost that is coming out of your pocket. So you don't take on that burden. You tell them that you are an architect, you are not a structural engineer, you are not a quantity surveyor. And even what you haven't thought about, which I'm sure with the PPs you don't look at, the geotechnical survey, if it has to be done, you are not the one doing it. If you have to do topographical survey, you are not the one doing it. All right, so another misconduct is failing to uphold and apply the scale of professional charges of the institute. And then D, accepting any gift or commission from contractors or tradesmen when employed in the role of consultant, supervisor, or manager of projects. Being involved in actions and situations inconsistent with his professional obligations or likely to raise doubt about his or her integrity. Advertising or offering his or her professional services to any person or body corporate by means of circulars, we talked about it. Applying to prospective employers for a salaried employment. So they are your prospective, you know that you are working with a firm, you know that this company A is a client to the firm. Then you are applying for a salaried work from them. You can do that, but you have to agree with your principal that this is what would want to do. Advertising a professional appointment open or wanted, directed only to members of the profession concerned, or responding to an advertisement addressed to members of the profession, inviting them to submit their names for inclusion in a panel of or whatever. Okay, so there are a lot giving monetary as consideration for illustrations and descriptions of his work, similar to what the person said when the editor is your friend or an uncle or whatever. Exhibiting his name or signature on his building. And here you see I put a 75 millimeters in parentheses here because somewhere I saw 50 millimeters. Maybe what they are describing will be the size of the board, but even that for an office is so you have this plate, and it's on your building. If your name is short, it will be too big. If your name is long, then it is okay. But when you use the height, I think it makes sense. Or attempting to supplant, which it tells me they supplant. But please, let's stop supplanting. We are all together, and we must hold our hands together to grow. We shouldn't all be suffering. We shouldn't all behave like crabs. You know crabs, when you put them in a bucket, not a single one can come to the top. You'll be pulling them. And that's what we do. Say, failing to notify Ghana Institute of Architects and another architect of the fact when approached. I think this is on competition. This attempting to when approached or instructed to proceed with professional work upon which the other architect was previously is under supplanting, or when employed as salaried an official architect by a central or local government department or statutory body, and by reason of his or her office, he or she is in position to grant or influence the granting of any statutory approval. He undertakes private work to whatever. I think somebody mentioned or permitting the insertion. That is criminal. So they finish with a tender at the blind side. You say insert, and these days when they call the money big, because one contract they want to make whatever, like the finance ministry do. Or taking part in an architectural competition which the council shall have declared by a resolution that members must not take part because the conditions are not in accordance with the institute regulations for architectural competition, or being associated in any way with carrying out of the competition selected as a result of a competition as to which the council has declared by resolution that members must not take part in it. Or kill acting as an architect or joint architect for a work which has been the subject of a competition in which he or she is or has been assessor or act as consulting architect unless appointed before. So when there was a competition, and let's say I'm an adjudicator, or I'm a juror on that competition, and it is over, I cannot go and convince the client, oh, let me take over or add me to. No, it is a misconduct, unless before the client came to the institute to organize a competition, they say, okay, we want you as our advisor. Okay, then that one, it is not a misconduct. I can be on it. Yes.
Are you saying if the client came for an advisor, then advising him or her to use you instead is not a misconduct?
No, not to use me. Not to use me. Okay. Either advising the client to use you, no. What I'm saying is, the client comes to you, I want you as my representative, my advisor on this project. Okay. Before it comes to the institute to be organized as a competition. Okay. So what I will do for the client will help to develop the brief for that. So I'll be the technical brain of the client. I'm not going to design. Okay, I'm acting in that capacity as an advisor. Just that. And I should do that before the fact. It is not after that I come and say, no. Say, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in paragraph 8, are not be guilty of professional misconduct by reason only of any of the following, namely entering into or being in partnership with any person outside Ghana who is a member of a society or institute of architects which is in the opinion of the council of equivalent status to Ghana Institute of Architects. Who can explain this? My friend, I haven't heard your voice.
I wasn't really following. Is it the E? Yeah.
I like your honesty.
Yeah.
But I want you to follow.
Okay.
So what you do is read the notwithstanding.
Okay.
And then the A.
The A. Notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in subparagraph 6.01, 8.01 of this paragraph, an architect shall not be guilty of professional misconduct by reasons only of any of the following acts, namely entering into or being in partnership with any person outside Ghana who is a member of a society of Institute of Architects, which is in the opinion of the Council of Equivalent Status to the Ghana Institute of Architects.
Remember we said that you can be registered if you have attained an age of 21, and you are a resident in Ghana with all those. Maybe Miss Mofa can help you.
Okay.
Adole.
Okay, so I think 8.01 says something like for an architectural firm, if the firm stamp is not used on the drawings, like a registered architect's stamp can be used in place of the firm stamp. So for this, I don't know if it's a caveat, but the A is saying entering into or being in partnership with any person. Person. I don't have anything to add. I don't have anything to add. Yeah, you said it all.
All right. So the council has identified that whoever you are partnering with, if it's a firm or even an individual, the institute that a person belongs to is of the same equivalent with this institute. Or securing professional services by reason of partnership, allowing such partnership to be carried on in his name. So you've secured a project. Okay. So working with, let's say, a real estate company, and you do a project in your name, it is not a misconduct. But don't allow the real estate company to say they are the designers, because they are not. And with that, if you say they are the designers, then they will pay you the salary. And at the end of the day, you won't be able to buy the car that you drive. Or if you are a director or partner of a company, firm, or group of persons engaged in a building contracting, project management, manufacturing of building materials, production of furniture, real estate development, landscape development, specialized installations, or manufacturers' representatives. If you're a director in any of this, it is not a professional misconduct. Yes, madam. You haven't spoken the whole day, or?
Marianne. Yes, please. Okay, so if I remember, in the morning we were discussing about stamping. And then I think there was a question that was posed in case maybe you are entering into a partnership with, say, maybe an architect that is outside the
jurisdiction of Ghana, and then the person does all the drawings, and then because you are under the registration of, or you're under ARC or GIA, they bring the drawings and then you stamp the works so that they can obtain permits, because maybe it's going to be built in Ghana here. And then you advise that it's not good, like you should be part of the design process. Now, coming to this article, it says that you should, if you enter a partnership with someone who is outside and not a member of the society, but it's equivalent. So let's take it, for example, you enter into a partnership with a Nigerian architect. I know, I think for the Palma, the building that is going to be built for the Pan-African, it was a Nigerian who designed it. And so he designed everything, and then he's coming to, of course, build it in Ghana here. And so he partnered with an architect in Ghana here so that the project can be stamped and then acquired. So how does this play in? Because the architect was not part of the drawing process.
Let us not reduce our profession to stamping drawings. Okay. You would want to develop yourself through knowledge and wealth. You would want to, when you stamp, how much would you get? And I know some people who go around stamping and get nothing. No, they get nothing, and they are just interested in stamping. I was approached, was it 3 years ago, by some Lebanese, and I told them, for me, I want to be part of the concept design, true, so that I understand exactly what you are doing. So if you would want me to stamp for you, these are my terms and conditions. They didn't come back, but I don't care. Yeah.
If they have already finished with the drawings and they bring it to you, but I'm talking about the part where you also have to review before you stamp. So that revision process also, so not finished, but because you have to go through revisions, it's not completely finished, but from their side, they feel they have finished with it. But because you need to stamp, you have to go through their drawings and make sure that everything that is in there is what, yes, it's according to our regulations in Ghana. So that aspect of reviewing too is taking part of the project. Yes.
People, they just stamp. They just, oh, the production is, drawing is complete. Stamp it for me. That's what they do. Then they should go somewhere. You see.
I wanted to ask, is it only resigned to the design process? If, let's say, they want you to stamp, but then also during the construction process be involved with like supervision. If your involvement becomes a lot more, would that?
Yes. Okay. You see, so you have the pre-contract stage, and then you have the post-contract stage. What I'm saying is, the pre-contract stage ends with what? It ends with what? It's not. It doesn't end with the stamping of the drawings. It ends with the signing of the contract. So the contractor can sign. If the client hasn't signed, doesn't end it. Okay. However, you need a permit before that stage, before the signing of the contract. You understand it? So, in order for you to benefit from the project, it is not only about the post-contract, that let's stamp and then you are going to be part of the post-contract. Please get more. What about if the post-contract even doesn't materialize? Okay, because when they are looking for funding, one of the criteria is, do you have a permit for the project? need to prove that you have permit for the project before any funding sources can give you funding for the project. So what about if it doesn't even come on? So make sure that you put your foot in proper. We developed something that is 2018. Maybe we'll have to make sure we institutionalize it. And that's a joint venture agreement, especially with local and foreign practice. Okay, looking at the various stages within the pre-contract and then even the post-contract, what each party can do. And that is to the benefit of the Ghanaian architect, to make sure that you are not reduced to just stamping at the end, but being involved so that you acquire the knowledge whilst enriching your pocket. All right, any questions? Yes. Oh, there's a question online, huh?
Okay, so this question is from Ishmael. The question is, what happens when an architect gets to see works of another architect from a client and he realizes mistakes and certain standards are not being upheld? What does he do, or how does he approach it? Yeah.
Did we hear the question? Or you want him to read again? We heard the question. Okay. I'll give it to a person who has been doing a lot of PPs too.
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't encountered it, so I'll give it to Nuruddin.
So the question was, if you notice mistakes in your colleagues' drawings, I don't know, unless if you are in the capacity of the assembly to vet those drawings, and you are thinking that your input to the architect will help.
I'm sure, can you read the question again so that you can understand?
Okay, so the question is this, right? What happens when an architect gets to see works of another architect from a client and he realizes mistakes and certain standards are not being upheld? What does he do, or how does he approach it?
You heard a question. Okay.
Okay. So I think this is more of like a personal answer. As architects, or we are becoming architects, and it's a professional industry. Like, I think in as much as it is very normal that we are quick to judge or draw conclusions, professionalism will seek that now you have a place where you can easily get through to the architect, even if you don't have the architect's number. You can tell the clients to hold on. You want to discuss something with the architect. Try it and get. It's not your. No, you get the architect and then let him know that in a very nice way. Find a way to bring it up and then discuss it, because you may not know he had reasons why he did what he did. Then you can discuss it, because trying to let the client. That is, if you think of it, trying to let the client know that this is not a good work is also staining your professionalism as an architect, because you leave the client with some kind of,
All right. Anyone? Wendy, you haven't said it.
Okay, so I think what I have in mind is similar to what Gideon said. The first thing you'd have to know is to find out why your colleague did what he or she did in the design, and not paint him or her black to the clients, but then get in touch with him, find out reasons why, and if he has to make changes to it, he does it before construction.
Yes, any other? Yeah, you want
Maybe I think I'll add up to what they said. Maybe you get in touch with the architect. Maybe you might find out maybe it might be a draftsman. Then if it's a draftsman, then you just do the corrections and you give it to the client. But if not, and it's an architect, you just discuss it with him and know the way forward to how to approach it.
Yeah, any other? Another PP one.
So I think with something like that, it depends on, is the client bringing me the design to, am I getting the job? Is it like, no, that's what I want to know. I want to know. You see, I want to know. You know, because I want to know, because if it's an issue of, so if it's bringing me the job to do, like we are saying, it's like there's a new job and an architect has already worked on it. Whatever the reason, if you think the drawing is not up to standard, I'm getting the job either way. So I'll follow the process. I'll find out who the architect was, speak to him and let him know that this is the case. And then if he has to hand over drawings to me, he does that. And I take it up from there. And he just wants my professional advice. With that one, yeah, it's difficult because it can easily be supplanting. Because no matter what you say, no, because I'm saying that because if he's not bringing me the job and he just wants me to advise, and I tell him that okay, this is wrong, it means that the architect has lost credibility. So whether he decides to bring the job or give it to somebody else is supplanting in a way.
So what will you do?
So you do fear him.
He's not bringing the job. All right, okay. You see, we find ourselves in a family, okay, and as a family, we should scratch our backs. Okay, we have different strengths. Let us never emphasize on our weakness. Okay, that architect may have certain strength that you do not have, and it makes sense to get to him and see how best you can both help the client to fix whatever he was unable to fix. Yes, sir.
What about if some clients are a bit they want you to go back to acts of the person know that you've brought the drawings to you to check. So if the client says no, I don't want him to know that I've bypassed him to give it to you for you to check for me, right? So in that case, that means that you shouldn't have to go forward because that client is yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
No. All right, it's okay. All right, yeah.
So I think the reason why we are in this class is to come out more professional, right? So I think if a client comes with rush find a way to let the person like, so I'll need to take time to go through this, but then you know that you are going back to do what you are going to do. I think the goal is that we don't discredit or we don't stain the profession. So any way you should handle it in a light that, unless maybe it's your wife and then the money to is you now that are going to pay, then that one I can say no. But even with that, try and find a way not to let an architect look discredit an architect. All right. What is your money now?
All right, okay. All right, so let us quickly run through the bylaws, and then we can be out of this place and some of us can have lunch. All right, so election of members. When we say election of members, we don't mean the December that we are going to vote. It's not about voting, but you are elected into a class of membership of the institute. So by passing your exams, you will be elected into associate membership of the institute. So we say every candidate for admission to the institute, other than the honorary fellow or honorary associate members, we talked about those guys, shall make and subscribe to a statement first that he or she is eligible under the Constitution, regulations, and bylaws. That's the first thing. You abide by the Constitution, the regulation, or subscribe to the Constitution, regulations, and bylaws. And secondly, that he or she is willing, if elected, to be bound by the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute for the time being in force. He or she shall be proposed, A, by the council, or B, in writing on a form provided by the Institute by 3 persons, 3 members, of whom one must be a fellow and the others fellows or associate. An elected candidate shall be admitted on payment of his first annual subscription and an enrollment or entrance fee, to which shall be added a development levy. Members shall pay a development levy upon election at rates determined. You see, when you were applying to be probationers, you were given forms, and the forms had to be signed by your principals or whatever. Okay. So that is the first stage. And then the second stage is you going through the examination process, among others. Once that is you pass and it is approved, then you become a member by paying the approved fees, your first annual subscription and an enrollment fee. So when you pass, you will get an invoice that will have the enrollment fee and other things on it. And there was supposed to be a development levy. The development levy, I don't think I've seen it. I have never paid a development levy, but it is wrong. I think we should enforce it. I think when we enforce it, it will help us going forward as an institute. It will help us develop as an institute. Like I mentioned, this thing that was done, okay, which we have so many things to do. Our restaurant is all the eatery. We can't because we don't have money now. But if there was a levy that everyone is paying, at the end of the day, it will help the development of the institute. So I think that we need to push it through. We need to enforce that part of our regulations. Enrollment fee and subscription for the categories of membership shall be determined by the council from time to time. So the council look at the economic situation. Yeah, there are no jobs, but it is also hard to maintain or to run the institute. So calling on members, say, yeah, let's increase subscription. I don't think it should be out of place. And then enrollment fee shall be paid in respect of one class only. So, and you are elected into one class only. I cannot be an associate and a fellow at the same time. I graduate from associate to fellow, and I will only pay subscription or enrollment fee for that class alone. Architectural firms shall pay a registration fee and an annual subscription to be registered as architectural firms. All architectural firms shall pay a development levy upon registration. Architectural firms shall be subject to the constitution, bylaws, and regulations of the institute. We having, we say, built environment professionals Olympics on the 23rd of March. That's next week, Saturday. Today's, I see, then I have to begin the practice. I see. I thought it's next week. Anyway, thanks for the reminder. Today is Tuesday. Okay, so at least I have 3 days to train. All right. And the other corporate body says times are hard. Okay? But it is better for us to help ourselves by sponsoring our own events. So last week, for instance, I was compelled to sign letters to all architectural firms to at least give us a minimum of 2,000. But you are doing 15,000, so you can even, you are a professional, you can even pay more. But you see, this thing, if we are paying development levies, for instance, and we put it into a venture that will generate, we can use the returns to do some of this. Okay. We're saying checks, etc., for fees and subscription shall be made payable to Ghana Institute of Architects and with a letter addressed to the honorary treasurer. At the time this was done, it was only checks payment. I remember years back, we had an issue here where people were paying cash, and along the line, the accounts people measured. I mean, none of them is here now. This should be over 10 years ago. Yeah, it's over 15 years now. Yeah. All actors and firms shall be in good standing after having paid all their dues, levies, and development fees. You see, so it even says that if you don't pay the development, you are not in good standing. So, yeah, so let us enforce it. All annual subscriptions shall become due and payable in advance on the first day of January in every year. If the date of election falls in the second half of the year, and in your case, it will be in the third half of the year. It is saying if it falls in the second half of the year, only half of the only half of the subscription will be payable. So the subscription is, let's say, 1,000 Ghana cedis. Yeah, it is now 1,000 Ghana cedis for individuals and 2,000 for firms. So if it is 1,000 Ghana cedis, it means it is for 12 months. However, if you are becoming a member in July, for instance, then you don't have to pay for the months that you were not a member. You only pay for the months that you are. So with that, it will be half. If you are coming the third quarter, then it has to be prorated. I think it is only fair we do that. So I'll have to check whether that's what they've been doing. But if not, that's not what they've been doing, we have to do that. And then if any member fails to pay his annual subscription within 6 months, my friend, if you don't pay within 6 months, after it has become due and demanded, so you see, they have to send the invoice. I remember 2 years ago, I sat on them, and they were doing it manually. And manually, I mean, they were typing in Word each and every architect. Okay. And they had to do it for everybody, because how do I say you owe when I don't give you an invoice in your name with your particulars on it? Okay, so that is a proper accounting procedure. You issue an invoice, and the invoice should have a due date on it, a date that they have to honor. After that due date, when it remains unpaid, then you say they have defaulted, and you can send demand notice. So when you send demand notice and they are not responding, then you can strike off the name. He or she may be suspended or expelled by resolution of the council and may be reinstated by resolution of the council upon payment of a penalty to be prescribed by the council for fellows and associates and for firms, and all outstanding monies paid. And the next one is disciplinary powers. Any practicing member or firm who or which, in the opinion of the council, has been guilty of unprofessional conduct shall be liable to reprimand, suspension, or expulsion as may be determined by the council, and any person or firm convicted of any criminal offense will in so facto cease to be a member of the institute. A person or firm who or which has been suspended or expelled may be reinstated by resolution of the council if the council is satisfied that such a person or firm has become subsequently a fit and proper person or firm to practice the profession of architecture on the settlement of such penalties, which may be decided by the council. Any question? Any comments? Yeah. I'm coming. It is not done. Let me. You think it's done? Don't worry. We are all, you can see this. Okay. So the others talk about office bearers and what have you. So what I will do is I will complete the slide and then this evening send it as PDF to you. Like I said, the regulations and the bylaws were not part of what I'm supposed to take you, but I think it has to be part. So I'll send it to you, and I'll make sure that my questions, which will be interesting, will cover all four areas.
Okay. I think last year we, in one of the general meetings that were held. We spoke about it's an election of officers. So I was hoping to see that here. I don't know the new, because initially probationers were not voting, and it was something that was raised a lot. So I wanted to see how it has been addressed.
Oh, the probationers were not voting.
Okay, the main thing was voting was just one of them, but then they didn't feel part of a lot of decisions that were made.
The probationers pay subscription. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So we have two categories of membership. I think we went through it. You have the corporate membership, and then you have the non-corporate. Each of them has rights and responsibilities. Okay. You noted that with the last slides, we're talking about the honorary associate and honorary fellows not being part of, I mean, the election process. Their election is different, and the process is different. Same thing applies to the probation. You see, what we should understand is that we don't want to sit at one place forever. If you make a place comfortable, people will just be there and wouldn't want to progress. If you sit and every morning there was, what's it called, a milk truck in front of your door to give you milk, would you go out and work hard and get milk onto the table? No, you wouldn't do that. It pays to progress, to move to the next stage. So let's see the probation stage as a transition, and it should be very, very short. Okay, it should be very, very, very short. You can't be a probationer forever. Okay, and fortunately, the exams has been made, said that worst case you pass. Okay, I think with the interview that we took you through, we had very few casualties. Okay, this interview. We expect that all of you, having crossed that hurdle, okay, and that was 20 marks. So the pass mark was 12. If you got anything less than 12, you were out. And almost all of you are here because you got 12 and above. Okay, so you should know that now you have 12%. 12 minus 100 will be what? 88. So 88 is what you are preparing for. Okay, and out of the 88, 20 of that's if you are getting 100%. But you also remember that the pass mark overall is 60%. Okay, so you are not fighting to get 88. If you get 88, everybody gets 88, and it's added to your 12, you get 100, we'll be very, very happy. But let us not argue the way we've been arguing. It doesn't help anyone. It will rather put pressures on even the person who is trying to argue. Okay. I mean, same as students. When I went to KNUS, what I told them is, listen, we'll make things very easy for you. Once you enter first year as a student, for your 6 years, you only pay the first registration. Your registration, your card, or the ID that will be given to you is through the 6 years that you are there. Okay. You have benefits, but your benefits are limited. the benefits that you get as a student will not be the same benefits that you get as a probationer, neither would it be the same benefits that an architect gets. So let us understand that there are classes. And when they say that, oh, probationers are not entitled to vote or to do this, let us understand that eventually you will leave that probation stage. Okay. Some was it to, no, before, no, after, it was before his death, the late Abankwa. I know how many of us know architect Abankwa. Yeah, okay, all right. But before he passed, there were two guys who had written the exams, one 8 times, the other 10 times. And I'm like, wait a minute, what is this? 10 times? So we had to grant them amnesty. Okay, it doesn't make sense. Okay, and you see, when it happens, it even has a toll on that individual himself. Okay, so let's not be comfortable. I mean, at this level, let's get out of this. Okay, you are an architect. However, if you are not in good standing, you cannot vote. And that's the Constitution. You may be an architect, and I've heard arguments, once I've passed, I don't have to continue to renew my subscription and what have you. Yeah, you stay there. Okay, stay there. When I'm running a firm, I won't register with the institute, and stay there. When there are competitions, and the competitions are limited to firms, it is for firms that are in good standing. Okay. So when there are benefits, no one is taking, we can take your name off if we want, but you ask, does it really make sense to do that? Any other? So I have the list here. And I'll keep this list, and would want to see everyone, and we'll take photos with everyone in October. All right. So thank you very much. Right.